Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. My name is Damien Halme, professional disruptor of the status quo. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, the ghost host with the most. I don't think anybody else says that anymore, so I'm going to say it, and hopefully a whole generation of people don't realize at all who I'm stealing this from. Hi, welcome. I love your face. You've chosen exquisite outfits, your apparel, to your whole wardrobe. It is a wild Stewart. Hi, and welcome. So busy. Do you want to turn up your phone volume and I can say something rude to get everybody to leave? Should I say something about Charlie Kirk and see what happens? Too soon. Hi, welcome. We're playing Amori tonight. I'm your friendly host of spicy takes and eye-opening paradigms and shifts and that sort of thing. And I ran to get here and I still got here late. So it's hard for me to apologize when it's happened a lot in the last 3 months, but I will say I've been getting better sleep. I've been making big plans for 2026, even though it's barely September of the previous year. There's so much I wish I could tell you, but I'm also of the camp of people, hello Haley, who likes to say nothing until it happens. So if anything got canceled or ruined or something, like, you wouldn't be disappointed because you didn't know it was going to happen in the first place, so you don't know when it got destroyed. When your hopes wouldn't have gotten dashed because you had no hope. I just like to leave you hopeless. That's my favorite place to put people, is in total despair. And then if I overproduce and wow you, shock and awe you, then, all the better. Tonight we're playing Amori. We're pretty far in. If you are behind, go cyberstalk me. You can find the rest of it. And playlists of backlog of this game, so you can catch up, or you can watch in your own time, however you like. If you do like watching these on VOD, then, I appreciate your face because you do help with the algorithm and getting me in other people's faces. It means a lot to me. Yeah, I was passing out before stream. I'm a little bit tired. You can probably hear it in my voice, those of you who are regulars and know how peppy, spicy me sounds. And this is like last dregs me. It's like when you're drinking a drink that you should shake first, but no matter how much you shake it, there's always that like last sip at the bottom where you're like, oh, I have to chew that sip. Tonight, and the sip you chew. You definitely sound sleepy. You sound sleepy. Just kidding. Yeah, I am. It's true. I've smacked my microphone because I don't like it. I wish I could. Can I do that? Can I just... Well, it went away. But can I just... Boop. Yeah. That's kind of nice. Doesn't delete it everywhere, but at least deletes it from my feed. Okay. Omori. Konbanwa. Omori wa hajimemashite. This one? Let's talk to all the weebs tonight. Gerland. Wait. Wait. I have to get close. Why can't I see what letter that is? Is it Gariand? Hi. Hello. Do you like Omori? This is my first playthrough, so if you spoil it, I will cry. I'm pretty far in, though. I've already seen a lot. I've seen a lot of the game. Okay. So, here's the Earth. Round. I'd say that is a pretty sweet light bulb. Let's continue. Also, don't be fooled. If you know this game very well and you see total playtime 51 hours, surely that means Damien here, our good friend, our intrepid host, he has played 51 hours of gameplay of Omori, and that's... But then you see the file says 2 days left, and you're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. How could you spend 51 hours playing and only get to the 2 days left part of the game? And the answer is... welcome to my channel where we talk and hang out and have a good time. And sometimes I play a game. Tonight, I'm going to get started. How are you? How was your week? It's good to be here with you. I've missed you guys. I hate the new schedule where I stream less hours every week. I stream less days every week. I get less of you every week. It sucks. It is a sucky thing. But you know what I am getting? Oh, that got loud. I'm getting sleep. I'm getting twice as much sleep as I was over the course of this last season of my life. Like a whole three months. 3 months make a season. Yeah, like a whole 3 month period of my... Oh, go away, please. I slept for about 3 hours a night on average, and I'm getting about double that, which I know is still less than the recommended amount that a doctor would say that you should get, and that's okay because I'm working my way up there, and I think maybe one day I will, but right now I'm still in a hustle mode because I have so many people to take care of and mouths to feed and clothes to put on their back, and it really means a lot to me if I could just get some momentum here and do this content stuff full time, and so we're working toward an era where there's more of me everywhere, and you won't feel so sad because there'll be so much of me online. You won't know what to do. I know what you will want to do. You'll want to hit block, but instead, I recommend you hit likes and follows and subscribes everywhere you can. And for those of you that are really gung-ho about support, and I hate asking this because this makes your platform different when you do this, is repost, because you have my stuff on your platform, on your on your profile and feed, and that's not for everybody. I'm not for everybody, but for those of you who I am for, thanks for being here, and thanks for trusting somebody ridiculous like me. We are big me. I named the character Damien because I'm good at naming characters. The orange cat looks hungry. Feed it some fish? Yeah. Do we have fish to feed? You don't have any fish on you. Damn. Cat, we're gonna have to figure something out, Cat. We have to get you some fish. So this is the truth. I was looking for something to say about streaming, I think, and then the cat completely interrupted my line of thought. We are older. My name is named after me because every Earthbound-like game, Mother-like game, I named the character after me. And then I watch gut-wrenching things happen to that character, and I wonder, why did I name this one after me? And then I do it again the next game. So Lil D already has some crazy problems going on in his life, but he's at least getting out of the house and hanging out with his good childhood buddy, Kel, who's also grown a bit. And I sometimes ignore him to go make money. That's funny, but not great. Probably not the smartest thing to do. So Kel and I are going to go hang out and have a great time and maybe ignore each other for bits on end at a time. And we're going to go find this cat some fish. And we're going to forget that I ever had a weird dream world where everything was beautiful and colorful. And we were looking for our friend Basil for 84 years. And couldn't find him, so now he's no longer just a missing child. He's probably for CSI. CSI will probably find him. Oh, my head. Why my head feel this way? Like I want to wrench it completely around my neck. Have you ever had like a neck crack that you felt was just so insufficient and your headache was still there that you just wish you could do the exorcist trick and just grab your skull and twist it around a full 360? God, that sounds That sounds so relieving right now. I kid you not. Like, I have chills right now thinking about how lovely it would feel to be able to 360 my neck right now. I don't even know why I have a headache. I shouldn't have a headache today. That sounds super weird, but I can kind of predict when my headaches are going to arrive. And I feel like today was not a day for headaches. So how did that happen? My hair's getting longer. For those of you that know that I'm growing my hair out, trying to get to collarbone level. Basically like mid-Georgian era, post frou-frou menfolk wearing like frills and peacocking colors. But before the Enlightenment took over and made all men's fashion drab. I'd love to live in an era somewhere between that and stop wearing t-shirts and boring clothes and wear stuff that's, I don't know, more meaningful to me. I don't want to look like a period piece all the time everywhere I go, but I want the option to wear nice clothes from bygone era and feel like they fit me and not like I'm some weekend warrior type where during the week I'm doing business analyst work, which right now I am, and on the weekends I also put on silly clothes. I want it to look endemic to my personality. I kind of want to go for a timeless vampire slayer sort of look, and I think that that's the era for me to do that in. I looked at Victorian because I think everybody thinks the Van Helsing sort of look is sort of a Victorian look, but I think it's too new. I think it's too new and it's too, for the men, austere. You're not nearly as frilly as people think Victorian is once you do the research. I'm not good with history, so this is just, stuff I've recently done my own investigation on to try to figure out what I'm supposed to look like. Anyway, let's do older Damien stuff. This character, I believe, is supposed to actually be Omori, by the way. So for those of you that watch the kid parts, where I'm a little kid with other little kids playing on the playground and then looking for a missing child, and they call the kid Omori, I think they're referring to Lil D all the time, every time. I think they're the same character. By now. A classy white mailbox. I can't even check my own mail. For sale sign with a big red sold sticker on it. Your house has been sold in 2 days. In 2 days. You will be moving somewhere else. It's true. It's sad, but true. Kel's house has been vandalized. Does everybody see the graffiti there? That, and it's rainbow, which means, I don't know what that means yet, but we're going to find out. But Kel is going to fly off the handle right now. He is in for it.
What the heck? What happened here?
I know, right?
Dang it. It must have been Aubrey and the scooter gang.
Yeah, Aubrey is now a villainous scooter riding miscreant teenager, and she doesn't like us.
Damien, be honest. Do I smell?
Kel smells. It does rhyme, and it's really lovely to just, it rolls off the tongue. It's melodic. But, he's very athletic. So maybe he does a little bit, but maybe he knows he's athletic, so he coats himself in Axe body spray like most teenagers. And then he just he'd still probably smell, but like smelly like Axe. I'm going to say yeah. No, that's rude. I hate being rude in video games. I always want to be the sweetest sweetie to ever sweet in Sweetville. You better answer positive. Wait, do I not get to answer you? Oh, he doesn't even care. He's just going to clean the graffiti.
Wait, hold up, Damien.
I know it's been a while since you've been over at my place, but
now would not be a good time.
Is it because there's a crime scene in there? Is there something I should know? Kel's basketball hoop. It seems a little dangerous out in the street like that. Yeah. Do you see how fast these cars are driving by? There is danger, Will Robinson, in the streets. Plastic flamingos decorate this yard. They seem to be in good spirits. Oh, good. I would hate to see some really angry flamingos in the neighborhood. Knock, knock. There's no response. Okay. I forgot there was like a little pause just to be sure that nobody answers the door. Oh, these are the kid statues at the church that we went to in the last time we were adults. Statue of a religious figure. You feel as if it is judging you. We're getting out of here. I don't need to be judged. by a statue. What are we doing? I forget what we're up to. Can we go say hi to Basil? I feel like as children, you search for him for like forever and you never find him. So as an adult, I feel like seeing Basil is important to me. Thank goodness I remembered where he was, where he lived. Polly.
Huh. Basil hasn't been taking care of his flowers lately.
That's a warning sign. These are all of Basil's work outside here.
I hope he feels better soon.
I feel like he's becoming an omori. For those of you that don't know, I looked this up. I was trying not to spoil the game, and I don't think this one little tidbit spoils the game. So I'm going to tell you because I feel it's fine. But if you feel like me playing at this part of the game and you watching me on stream playing the game and we're at this point, if you feel like you can't be spoiled, spoiler alert on Omori's name. I don't know if you find out in the game is the thing. You might have to look it up online. But apparently there's a Japanese term that is, what is it? Kotomori. And it means to be like a shut-in who wants to be withdrawn within themselves and withdrawn within their home. So, social recluse. And the character that we are playing uses the name Omori, which is like a weird cut of those syllables that wouldn't make sense in Japanese, but it's not made by somebody who speaks Japanese. So like implying that he used to be the shut-in, but look at us. We're like out in the sun. We're talking to random people. We have our best friend following us everywhere. I feel like we're much less shut in right now for whatever reason. Maybe because we're moving, so we're trying to make amends and connect with everybody. And there's my favorite snack god of all the pantheon of snack gods. Hello, Rushdell. It's really good to see you. Or your text, how is everything? Rush, I feel like we haven't connected in some time, and I miss you. What's good in your hood? I'm playing some Omori, and I'm really loving this game. To be perfectly honest, there's everything about this game has been pretty darn great, realistically. Yeah. So I wonder if now that Lil D is feeling better, now the object is like we find out that Basil perhaps is also suffering from his own like kotomori sort of thing. Kotomori. That he's suffering a little bit of it himself, and maybe Lil D has some insight from when he was young and really going through it, that now he's older and it's still like with him, so he can kind of talk to Basil on a one-on-one basis about this kind of stuff and maybe snap him out of it. I feel like I don't mean to make like an old childhood friend a project or anything, but I feel encouraged to continue to try to connect with Basil and help him through this, even if I don't have all the answers. Is that just, am I projecting into a game really hard? I don't know actually what we're doing here. Oh, we're supposed to hang out with Kel's older brother Hero today, but that's only for dinner. So I don't know what we're doing for the rest of till dinner. So I guess we're gonna find out right now. Okay, so his flowers need him. Yeah, that's true, Polly. Let's go say hi. Come on. Let me in. Basil. How dare. He didn't answer the door. Spotted plants. Basil. If I was playing as Basil right now, I would hear the knocks on the door, and I would go and I would answer the door. Sorry about the knocks. If this is wigging you out because you're hearing knocks in your headphones, I apologize. Some people are like, oh crap, parent over shoulder. But it's not, it's just me. Fertilizer. P.U. Classic white mailbox. It's a different mailbox than on our street. I haven't really seen a lot of the other houses. Why is this house so run down? Bunch of small toy cars. Is that a skip it? Oh, it's a yo-yo. Yeah, the window could use a little love. Yeah, I keep making that knock noise. Sorry. I'm sorry. A pail and shovel. Can we hop in this truck and just have our best day out? Two bros hanging out. One guy about to move away, so like, why not commit some Grand Theft Auto and just go for it? We'll drive to Vegas. Oh, well, hello. I wasn't expecting a kid at the end of the street. Wait, is this Aubrey? Wait, is this Aubrey? Why are all the pink cans? Who's the Doge? What's the art back there in the corner? Tell me this is Aubrey. Artist. Oh, it's not. It must be some just other random kid we don't know.
Bah, my dog Lucas ran out of the door again. He's always trying to get out of the house.
He's got a dog house. It looks like he's an outside dog. His food and his water are out there. I'm so confused.
Sometimes I wonder if he only lives here for the food.
Okay, well, I'll get your dog. I got to get a fish for a cat and a dog for a girl.
Where'd he go this time?
Yeah, it's a good question. Team help pets on the case. We're gonna go find a dog and bring it back to its home. We're gonna find a fish for a cat, and we're gonna save this community from itself. Maybe, I don't know about that. Is that a dog hiding back there? Big bag of trash. I guess not. It's just trash. Hey yo, I heard you got trash. Can I sell it? You can sell trash at this age. You can go pick up trash and try to sell it. I'm looking for a dog or fish. Not a pet fish, because I've got to feed it to someone. Ooh, big package. These guys have probably been on vacation for a bit, and their neighbors are rude and not helping them with their packages. Because that's a thing. A lot of people have trash in their yard, just sitting there. But like, look at how many trash cans there are. So why would these people just... These guys have a trash can and another bag of trash somewhere right behind where you're trying to back up your truck to get out of here. Also, why park on your grass when you have a perfectly serviceable driveway? I have so many questions. Okay, no response. The church is this way, yeah? That was the bottom most part of this world. Is a bunch of buildings and a church with nobody in it. Oh, hello. There's a somebody in it. I apologize. I've been getting a strange feeling from the cemetery here all day today. Uh-oh. A strange feeling like there's a fish there to feed to a cat, or perhaps a loose dog, or is that a pig? A teddy bear. Oh, never mind. Hi, sir. What's going on out here? Something in the air seems amiss lately. Would you say it's fishy? Because I could use a fish to feed to a cat. The spirits, they're howling. What does that mean? It sounds like they're preparing a welcoming party. Oh, does that mean somebody's gonna... It would be the sound. Someone close by may be joining them soon. Uh-oh. Oh, don't laugh at me. What's with that look? You think I'm crazy or something? Don't be so quick to judge. You'd believe too if you've seen what I've seen. Maybe. What I'd love is not to have that happen to me. Puzzle pieces. Does that mean we found puzzle pieces for a kid when we were kids? I wonder. It makes me wonder. Did that kid bread? Smells toasty. I mean, it just puts bread. It's got to be gross after a while. Again, this seems weird, but this little altar here in the middle, because there's a tree right behind it hanging in just a weird spot, like the bottom of the tree, the roots look like a mustache or something, or I don't know, like a brown curtain. The symbol of faraway town. It's supposed to represent a gateway to a better life. You remember learning about it in class when you were in elementary school, but you can't remember all the details. That's fine. I just want to know what the howling sound is. White egret, orchid. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." Okay, I think because this one has light, we read the tombstone. Our dearest Mari. That's right. Mari. Mari is Omori's older sister. So probably Little D's older sister. What could have happened? The sun shined brighter when she was here. Oh, I have chills. Okay. Well, I don't hear howling, and I don't see a thing to do there necessarily. So maybe that's either nothing, and it's just some people have like interesting things to say when you go to that part of the world, or it is something, but we're not ready for it yet. Like the story will take us to the church again this time. But right now the characters just have canned phrases, the NPCs do, because we're not supposed to be there yet. I've had that happen in some RPGs before. I feel so sad. It's like Rush came and said hi with so much exuberance and enthusiasm. Where can we go in this one? Just because we tutored, right? We tutored here. So now we have access here all the time. And then I asked Rush some questions. Now he's not hearing me. Makes me sad. Books in every subject. Most of them have bookmarks or sticky tabs in them. We got some real academics here. While you guys aren't eating, I'm just hope you don't mind. I'm just looking around your home, trying to see where everybody's hiding. Watch, they're all like asleep in their beds. Like, yo, Lil D, what are you even doing here? Oh, you know what? Maybe they're out and about. They're going to a festival. Oh, the boys here all alone? Dude, this is a big house for you just to be hanging out back here.
Oh, hey there, tutor. Actually, I have a big favor to ask.
Uh-oh.
I've been cramped in this room all summer.
Uh-oh. Are we going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Recruited?
I keep hearing the other kids hanging out outside. Well, I'm at my desk with my nose stuck in these worksheets.
You probably shouldn't. That's not how your nose works.
I just want to go out to play at the park, even if it's just for a day. My mom said she would be out running errands all day, so this is probably the only chance I'll get. Could you help me finish today's worksheet?
Oh, gotcha. So I don't have to like hang with the kid, but I do have to help him finish his homework. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. Let's do some homework, kid.
I just want some fresh air.
Okay, kid, we got this for you. We're gonna do this.
Really?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do your homework so good, they're gonna think you cheated. That might not be the point, but that's how we're gonna do this.
Really? You're the best tutor ever, mister. Thank you. Finally.
I'm free. Okay. Are we gonna do the? Wait, the kid just ran off. I didn't even do the. Well, I better do his worksheet, or else he's gonna have hell to pay, and that I feel. Yeah, not great about that. Brent's math worksheet. Finish it. Yeah. I think that's the right thing to do. Okay. 7 + 2 × 9. You have to know order of operations because this is written poorly. No mathematician worth his salt will give you this sort of open-ended equation and expect you to just know. Also, because multiplication is higher order than addition, putting the addition first in the line is there to trap people. What this is a Facebook post. But 9 × 2 would be 18. So 18 + 7 is 25. I'm not going to pick randomly. We know math. I know math. 5x squared. Ugh, I wish they had chosen a different font. Because the caret and the 2. Yeah. 5x squared is 80. So first we need to divide by 5 on both sides to get x squared there by itself on the left-hand side. 5. So why can't I think of what 5? I guess it would be, what would that be? 16? If 5 × 8 is 40, then we would need to double that. So it'd be 5 × 16. So 80 divided by 5. Oh, you could also do just like, it'd be a 1 × 5 bring that down, be a 30. And then 5 into 30 is 6. Yeah, 16. Okay, and then you square root both sides to get x by itself. So you have x on the left, and you have the square root of 16 on the right, so that's 4. Oh, yeah, actually, I mean, if you want to be real specific about it, yeah, square root's going to also give you a possible negative answer as well. X can also be -4 because if you multiply -4 times itself, you also get 16. Good answer, good answer. At least they didn't make me pick between. I would have figured that out. If I saw negatives in the multiple choice, I would have remembered to add that in. And then for the last question on the sheet, wow, this kid has 3 questions and he's like struggling that he's not going to see the playground. He's really not that smart, is he? He's got real smart parents, but
The apple falls far from the tree. Whoops.
compute the standard deviation of the following numbers. Oh God, really? I forget standard deviation. I haven't done this one in freaking ages. How do you do standard deviation again? I don't want to find the answer, but I'm trying to remember what it is. It's the way that the numbers deviate from a certain like central amount, right? So if you took these and found the mean or something like that, isn't it something that you base off of the mean? Wouldn't you need to find the mean first? Is that right? Or is it something else? Yeah, you need to find the mean. How spread out the individual points are in a data set. Yeah. Because deviations, deviating from something, from standard, right? So do I need to add these up in my head? Do I want to do this in my head or do I want to grab a calculator? How much do I care? I already have the achievement for doing this guy's homework. It's like a 6-step process. I thought so. I don't want to move on without having these down though. But yeah, you have to calculate the mean, right? I will use a calculator and I will just use basic calculator. Okay. Yeah. Basic calculator. I'm not going to pull up standard deviation or whatever. So I'm going to do, just plug in my phone because it's dying and it turns off the sound. So you got what? 43, 47, 53, 39. I can't type. Does this thing have a backspace key? Okay. 39, 40, and 60. And that's 282 altogether. The 6 numbers together, 282 divided by 6. That gives you 47. That's sensible because I see a 43 and 39 and the 40. Those are kind of the lower end, but then 60 brings it up kind of high. 47 seems like that would be the mean. And then, God, what's the next part after that? So it would be, you have to find how far each one gets away from that. They all deviate, right? And then you have to figure out the mean of the deviations. Am I even close? God, I did this for only 1 year of I did so much math and I spent a crazy amount of that time doing differential equations and set theory, like much higher math. And so coming back down to this again, I'm like, oh crap, what the hell? But let's say it was that. So you'd have like a -4, a 0 for 47 because that one's right on the mean. And a 6, what's 37, 30, 39? That would be a negative number also. -8. 40, that's just -7. It's on the negative side of the scale. And then 60 is 60 minus 47 is 13. So, okay, now we have a bunch of numbers. Then you have to do something with those numbers. What to do with those numbers now that you have 6 different deviating numbers. Thank you, Haley. I appreciate the lookup. I'm trying like not to. I'm afraid if I just look up standard deviation, yeah, I'll be led into the. Hey, I appreciate it when the audience helps out. Square the deviations. Oh, square the deviations. Square the deviations to remove the negatives. Okay, then you add the squares. Then there is a second mean process, but you have to add them after they're squared. I would have totally missed that part. Add them after they're squared and then divide to get the mean of that. Oh, and then square root of that. This feels very Rubik's Cube solution. Like you wouldn't expect the square and then the square root to land where they do. Like first square, then add, then divide, and then square root. It seems like something would break in that, but yeah, it seems right. Okay, so we have, if I square these, we have 16, 0, 6 squared, 36. We have 64, 49, and square one of 13. 13 is 13. Is 13 times 12 plus 13. It's 169. 169. Okay. So, all right. Calculator. 16. Stop. 16 plus nothing is 36 plus 64. You're welcome. I figured the basic steps might be helpful without giving an answer. Yeah, especially because this is something like no teacher would give you the homework to do standard deviations had they not taught you how to do a standard deviation first, right? Doing the homework is practice the thing I showed you so that you understand how to do it. So you're just doing what the teacher would have done before I got this homework. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I forgot how to even do deviations past finding the first mean. Yeah, 100%. Hated deviations in high school stats, so I immediately forgot them afterwards. Pretty much. I mean, I liked statistics because I like what statistics renders. I feel like a lot of math I spent earlier than prob stat, I was kind of upset that it was too abstract. Like I liked geometry for the thought puzzles, but I didn't like it because I was like, I'm literally never going to be like a geometrical engineer. So like, what the heck am I going to do with all of these like shape and volume formulas and everything like that? It wasn't until I took physics, calculus-based physics, where I started to appreciate the geometrical components of math better. But it's because I had to have it in context of physics. I don't like doing just like empty puzzles for the sake of doing puzzles. It feels masturbatory and not in a good way. If my name was Damien, how would I be doing tonight? You would be sleepy, but getting happier because you're socializing, because you're an extrovert, and your social battery runs down because you have a day job that is a work from home, and it keeps you locked away from humans for long periods of time. And so staring at a camera above your monitors while people send text through a text feed at you makes you feel good, make brain go burr. So thanks for feeding my my extroversion battery in an era of my life where it's hard for me to do that on my own. If my online Twitch handle was evil_robot, how would I be doing tonight? Sam, I love math and I love looking at and learning statistics, but deviations are such a long process, I get bored with them. Yeah, I also feel like because we live in an era where that stuff's solved for too, right? It's like today, now, right now, if you're an engineer and you involve yourself with stats to do whatever kind of research, analytics, anything you need to do, you're not processing any of this. all of this stuff is programmed in somewhere, and it's long since been. Even if you were a coder, you're not coding stats anything. You've already got libraries of this stuff in any computer language you could possibly program in. So you will never have to do this in this era. It feels really empty to go through these motions and do them by hand, right? Good thing my name isn't Damien. Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, I'm saying if it were, then things would be on the up and up. No, most softwares will figure these things out automatically rather than requiring the formulas to be done by hand anymore. 100%. Yeah. And long since been trivialized. Basics. I mean, I believe if I were to change a mode on my phone, I would plug in the numbers and my calculator would just do this on my phone without downloading a third-party app even. That gets pretty silly. Okay, so we have our number. We've added all those up. It is 334. And then we just have to find the mean of that total, or find the mean of those numbers, which is that total, then divide by 6. And we get 55 2/3. And then we have to do the square root. So copy, paste. All right, so I'm getting 7.46. Then give the, wait. What is this? Give the z-score for a value of 100, rounded to the nearest third decimal. This is a lookup table problem, right? I remember these. You had these in your math textbook. So now oh, gross. Hang on. Let me pause the music real quick while I do a thing. Okay. So, yeah, z-scores. I know, right? Just when we thought we were done. Z-score for value of 100. Okay, for that, I'm going to have to look that up, right? I don't have my stats textbook with me. Z-score, value of 100 for standard deviation of 7.46. Did I say what number was? Yeah, I remember what that shit is. Oh, you need the mean for that too, don't you? What did I say the mean was? Hang on, let me check history. 47, right? Duh, I remember that. Mean 47, standard deviation 7.46. It should be 7.103. Yeah. Heck, sorry. Wait, what are you sorry about? Can't help with these scores, never made any sense to me. I had it explained to me, and because I don't deal in that kind of math anymore, or I never did, it never made... I never entered an era of my adult life where that part of school mattered. And I think this is a complaint that I've had about schooling and curriculum building for some time now, is while I feel like school is so important for so many things, and I would never say keep your kids out of school, because you get much more than the curriculum, right? And we all know this. Like, while there's like a whole demographic these days of people who are convinced that homeschooling is the far superior method to raise their children because of what poisoning of the minds their kids are going to have from the experience of being at a public school and the politics involved and all that kind of stuff, you're missing out on tons of social soft skills. And those are cumulative. That is, when you're little and you're struggling to figure out what the rules of a game are at a playground, and when you're a little bit older and there's a matter of fairness and trying to decide, well, what's the right thing when we have like an odd number of people. Jam, hi and welcome. Wild Week, eh? Was it? Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah. I thought you were talking about me, but then I realized you mean, yeah, everything else. Boy, yeah. If you saw the footage I did and I saw the up close, slowed down stuff, it was wild as all get out. Yeah, talking about schools, not the spicy part, but just going to them versus homeschooling. The cumulative steps, the playground rules, and then figuring out how to be fair, and then getting into fights over emotions and declaring your feelings towards somebody and being rejected, and like all these steps along the way that homeschoolers do get to in their lives, but sometimes on a much smaller pool or exposed to many fewer ideas and backgrounds and paradigms and eventually getting to all that stuff. But it always comes later, or I feel like it always comes later. That's where you get the social stigma and the stereotype of the typical homeschooler. It's like they're there developing along with everybody else, but everything is slower or comes later. And so when you meet them at various stages of development, including going into the workforce, it's like they haven't caught up. And it's the soft skills. You can teach them all the academia that you want, but it's getting thrust into the jungle that is high school socialization that is super rough, and I think hugely beneficial, a forge that you put hot metal into. While public schooling has some major flaws, it offers a sense of self and socializations the homeschooling will never give. And I don't think there's anything wrong with a public school system having flaws. I think the negative part of that is when you have parents who are so disaffected from their kids' upbringing that they don't fill in those gaps or don't contextualize things. The kid says, wow, I just learned this like really radical political thing, and it's like raising the parents' hackles or whatever. Or even if it doesn't, and you're just trying to help them understand things on a broader basis than just what the crazy extremist teacher taught them, you want to put that stuff into context. You want to teach them the things that are never being taught in high schools. Did you ever learn how to balance a home budget in your high school? I didn't. Did you ever learn how to make some basic meals in high school without taking like a food elective? I didn't. Did you ever learn basics of conflict management with somebody in a relationship without being a part of some special extracurricular activity? I didn't. There's so many things that you learn from your family, that you get context with your family, and you might learn things at school that then get recontextualized from your family. And without that, if you don't have that, then yeah, public schools look like they're really failing people, but mostly because a lot of people don't raise kids. Republicans finally found something to be upset about. Yeah, they called it an assassination. There was a supposed assassination this week, apparently. There's so many reasons why that word means something different to me than the way it's being used by many people that I just disagree with. The entire world is on fire, and I'm so frustrated with it all. There's so much good. Don't worry so much about the bad. The bad is still there, and I think a lot of the fires you see, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the majority of the fires you see, I know I'm being really vague right now. I'm not a pundit yet. Maybe one day I'll step into the scene and we'll pull up videos and start addressing other people and talking to other political streamers and making a whole show out of it that way. Maybe in the future. But the way I see it, the majority of fires in this world are not new energy being invoked towards a brand new cause that everybody's jumping on and moving toward that direction culturally to go towards something. that is punitive and outcasting and xenophobic and harmful and unfair and unjust. The vast majority of people are moving toward justice and progress and science and goodness. But what I think the fires are, the majority of fires, are backlash. And by backlash, I mean this world of tradition, of ossified faiths and beliefs, and taught that the world has a certain structure and everybody coheres to the structure. Men are like this, women are like this. There is no in between them, and this is how it's been for centuries, and therefore you can rely on it, and anything that's different from what my grandpappy believed is evil. They're losing that ground every year. I don't know about every year, but like every generation, the Overton window of the conservatives is slipping and losing ground and admitting new stuff. They have to keep younger people going conservative. And that's happening all over the world. Losing ground to things, giving up, conceding so that they can continue to exist. And I think that angers some people. They're angry, they're scared, they're afraid that they're losing the only things that they believe in and that they understand. And of course, a lot of people are stepping in and trying to make money off of that, because when somebody's afraid, fuck, you can make good money. Riel! That is one of my favorite combinations of emoji I think I've seen you put together on my screen. The flying wisdom. That's a religious symbol if I ever saw one. I think it's death throes, you know? It's not just backlash, it's death throes. They know that they are losing the culture war, and they're trying to lash out one last time. If I can poison you on my way out, then I'll feel better about losing, dying. That's my thought. I'm a big optimist in this. It's true, but I do feel that's the case. The main flaw is security and protection, but that's more so in result of a bigger problem that I won't go into. Security and protection. I did a little bit in home ec and government econ classes. I firmly believe that specialized classes like those should be part of Common Core rather than higher levels of math. 100%. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying we shouldn't learn math, or we shouldn't learn history, or we shouldn't learn econ and politics and all that sort of stuff. Some of it's just good for enrichment. Some of it's good for stretching the brain and giving us new ideas and stuff. But there's so many things out there in, especially in high school curriculum and some in college gen ed, that you won't use. You will not. And this is especially frustrating as a college student. You know, you or Mumsy and Popsicle are paying for this shit, and then you don't use it. Like, you can't find an application for it in your adult life. It just doesn't come up as a use case. You kind of have an extra tool that you didn't ask for, that you weren't going to go into in the first place. It doesn't bring you joy to do that thing that you now have training in, and you can't get that money back. But you have the degree, so, you know, good. Maybe it'll help in the long run just to have that degree. I feel like there are plenty of things missing. Oz and I have made a curriculum for our kids to go through with them as they age, to ensure they have certain survival skills, self-care skills, skills to prevent exploitation, like finance and scam, you know, protective of self kind of skills, relationship skills. There's so many things that we have to do for them. The school either would never, or doesn't do it the right way, or, you know, it's always been a parent's job, and we've just seen many parents drop the ball on it for whatever reason. So we've made this. If you think of any like great curricula ideas for, you know, like a general non-school based curriculum, things that are like absolutely essential for existence, hit me up, or we can talk about it tonight. Yeah, because I think that's super important that that kids learn that kind of stuff, and that we maybe at some point in the future readdress the curriculum problem in schools and maybe take some of that stuff out until it becomes something you can elect into. Underwater basket weaving, great if you want to do that, if that's your calling, if you think you can make great money from it, or if that's your artistic expression, you think that's the good thing, then do it. But, you know, don't force anybody else to do it. Not that, I mean, that's a silly example, but you understand my point. Technically, it could be classified as such, and assassination is defined simply as an act of you-know-what for either political or religious reasons. However, do we have a motive? Because without a motive, that's speculative. If we feel that this person was taken out of the picture for reasons that were political, it's a feeling until the person is identified as having done this and has declared exactly what their intent is. Could have been just, you know, hated the guy or whatever, just rankled his nerves, or who knows. I wouldn't call it necessarily political. If I disagree with your views on something, are we being political? Hard to say. That's really stretching the word of politics, I think, around. Haley, I can't remember if you're an ad skipper or not, so I don't know if I want to keep reading the stuff until I know that you can actually hear the sound of my voice as we continue to go. I would have been better served with a class on like basic sewing than calculus. Right. That's a great example, Riel. Is just the idea of calculus is a really powerful math. As long as you have in your life a need to use powerful maths. Turns out, just especially with computers, some smart folks, some really, really smart folks came in, did stuff with computers, and made them do all the crazy cool math calculations. Now you can play a game and it has lights and shadows and they all move with calculus. The rendering of 3D objects on a 2D computer monitor, that's calculus based. There's so many things that calculus has solved, but it only needs to be solved by some people, and then everybody else can just enjoy and maybe focus on other things that are much more directly important. If my school taught me how to do basic triage of a wound, like field triage, if I was out and about and we didn't have proper supplies and somebody got a really bad bloody wound, which happened to me once in Joshua Tree, and I was scared that it was like, man, if I don't, you know, I need to address this, and if it's bad enough, we have to go, and I don't know if we can go anywhere fast enough to get it addressed if it's a really big problem. Luckily, it wasn't like a huge injury, but still, that kind of stuff's scary. Like you're out and about in the wilds, and if you don't know what to do. Oh, we also had a nurse with us though too, in that particular group that I was in. Yeah, but I would rather know that, and sewing and cooking and money and household organization of like, what do I do with me? Like, when do I shower and take the trash out? And how do I do project management of a person's life? And then if I get together with somebody, and or maybe we have other family, kids, or people who have to move in with us, or roommates or whatever, how do you manage people so that we're all doing stuff together? All that stuff is important, and I feel like a lot of that's not really covered. So, and yet, I know crazy, you know, fluid motion, like you get a big funnel and you fill it with water and you say it drains at so many milliliters per second. How much time does it need to go from full to halfway? Like, I can do that math. I will never need it. I will never need that math. I don't know. Welcome back, everybody else who's just coming back from short break. Not necessarily the person themselves has to be a political person. Yeah, no, but I mean, the reason being political is confusing or complicated, though. Having a dispute about what somebody else believes, I don't think is necessarily political. So unless that person said, yes, this was a political act, then we're speculative, right? A lot of people are using the term to incite anger and hate rather than just a simple word. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree on that one. French government collapsing. I didn't hear about that one. I must be out of the news cycle there. Crazy. Nepal, I did hear about being on fire due to riots while the prime minister and other officials suddenly resign. Yeah, that one, pretty wild. But at the same time, I have seen dissent in Nepal for some time, and that is crazy that it's like out of our... There's so many things that I can't believe are out of our news cycle. One of the biggest ones being Nepal for a long time has had an issue with how the people live there, especially the youth being very disenfranchised with the status quo and the almost apartheid-like conditions for what it's like to be Nepalese versus other ethnicities there in the country. And it hurts to hear those kind of systems still in existence. And not too far from there, the craziness that's been happening in Myanmar for, I feel like it's been like 20 years that there's just so much social unrest and warring factions and different people getting sided with various governments and backing Chinese trying to pump money in to see some of their interests through. And it's just a mess. How many times the government has switched hands and or been like a government in exile or a government by name only, but really there's a militia behind everything. Yeah, it's... Overall, I still feel rather positive, but I do feel like there's some areas where maybe because many other countries are solving things and moving forward and establishing good ideas, when you're regressive in some way, you stick out like a big sore thumb. Do you know that Afghanistan has crazy tourism right now? There's such an uptick in people, even especially Westerners, wanting to go there and just say, I've been to this exotic, far removed land that has dangers, and I needed to hire militia to travel around past the safe areas. And it's more free than North Korea, so you don't need an escort, which means you can get yourself into all sorts of trouble if you're not here. And the willingness of people to spend money to go there and do, well, I shouldn't say it's just willingness. As a content creator, I understand and follow trends and see things. I don't necessarily enact them myself. I pass up sponsorships. I miss out talking about hot topics. Like, there's so many reasons why I'm not just sitting on the newest, hottest news. In fact, I remember one day I talked about breaking news and it bit me. So I try not to do fully breaking news sort of stuff until, information really comes in and I don't misstep or talk too speculatively myself. But one reason why a lot of Westerners go to Afghanistan is because you can get social clout out of that trip. You can film, you can show what the Taliban wants you to show, and you can make some great posts about it. And the more removed from the culture you are, the more wild it is that you went there, the more clout you get for having done it and made some videos on your trips. And that part's kind of sick. Like, folks are monetizing putting themselves in this country's limelight that's been handed back to the Taliban, who I can't believe not only has many dissenting voices that wish it wasn't such an extreme, what's the word I'm looking for? Misogynistic system in power, but that there's also at least one faction in Afghanistan that hates the Taliban, is trying to derail them because they feel like they're not extreme enough. You just can't win, Taliban. Sorry. Some people wish they could detooth you. Some people wish they could double your teeth. Gross and weird. Let me catch up a jet. yeah, we absolutely should learn all the things. There's just some of the math and English and science classes that the average person is going to use later in life. Again, like, should that stuff be offered? 100%. It needs to be at a college level or high school elective level so that it's a choose your own adventure at that point. Like, do we need people to learn set theory like I learned? Yes. Did I benefit from learning set theory? No, I didn't. I personally did not benefit from that class. Even though I got it, I loved it, I would do it again. I'd write books on it. I would be a set theory professor if I thought that I could stand that much academia and living in the academic grind system. I loved high-end math, but coming out of it, I did not find a place to use it. And the fact that there's so many people that go through classes like that and then come out and go, wait, when am I ever going to, this never gets used. We will never be in the system where this matters. Or we're in the system where this matters, and it's just a standard library for a programming language. Computers already have it all set up, that kind of stuff. That part's sad. So I wish we were in a place where that stuff is as you choose, as you need, and not given to, not that set theory is given to everybody. That's more of an example of something I signed up for. Yeah. They should be optional for certain college degrees and whatnot. Yeah, 100%. So there's a few theories. Some people theorize he was taken out by someone else's choice because he did one decent thing by saying the Epstein files should be released last week. And I gotta hand it to a lot of content creators, because maybe this is just my personal algorithm, but I hope it's yours too. The number of people with the courage to say, let's not lose focus on the Epstein files. Don't forget that the Republicans not all, but majority voted out a measure to bring the Epstein files to light again. So many distractions from the Epstein files. If we count distractions away from the Epstein files, things that tried to be pushed into the news cycle above the Epstein files, I'm just going to keep saying Epstein files until the algorithm shoves me in the right place and I end up on your dashboard next. It's insane how many ways we have been diverted away from this. And the crazy thing is, this thing that was not many years ago, I think just a little bit older than my own children, was absolutely a talking point from conservatives of, we have to put America first. That means protecting America's children. That's hard for me to disagree with that particular point. And that list, the Epstein list, could have people that put our children at risk in our own country. And wouldn't the left hate to see names that they love on that list? And I love this part. Most people said, no, fuck them. Fuck them all. I don't care who's on that most beloved person. Somebody made a post and said, okay, but for real, if Keanu Reeves or Brendan Fraser or somebody with a heart of gold, Charlize Theron, if they ended up on the list, maybe not them. And then so many people dogpiled on that. It's like, no, fuck them too. If you're on the list, you're on the list. I mean, I don't know if you're implicated as having a relationship with the Epsteins is one thing, I suppose. But, if there's proof of clienthood, then yeah, who the fuck cares who you are? You will be the most beloved person in my life, and I will put you on the gallows myself if I find out that you're on that list. I do not care. I will be sad, but I do not care. So yeah, let's not get distracted from the Epstein files. Oh, my point being that the right was so ornery about it not that long ago, less than a decade ago, I think. And now they're calling it a Democrat hoax. Excuse. We live in the digital age now. You can't waffle. You're the only people you're going to fool waffling are those silent gen and elder boomers who don't realize that we can track everything. We can even archive.org shit. We can even post screenshots of deleted tweets because somebody out there probably saw it, screenshotted it, and then reposted it a million places. You can't escape. If you've said something, if you've made a misstep, if you're changing your mind on something, we will hold you accountable. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I keep talking in the middle of reading comments. I will catch up. I promise. Others have said the suspected guy turned suddenly radical left and didn't agree with any of Charlie's beliefs. That sounds obviously very, what's the word I'm looking for? Convenient? Yes. He's also flat out told someone that he really didn't like the guy, so I couldn't say exactly why he did it, but if one of those other theories turns out to be true, then the term isn't being used wrongly. Suppose. Also, I'm lucky to never get ads on Twitch somehow. Oh. So it's safe to assume I'm still here when they happen, even if I'm not subbed. Lucky you. How dare you deprive me of revenue? Just kidding. Go watch me on another platform. That makes sense. It's better to wait a bit to have all of the facts so that not only are you not spreading misinformation, which I wasn't. Whenever I know I don't know, I very carefully... I'm media trained. I know when to use the word allegedly. I know when to use, let's speculate here, let's theorize about this, or sources have said, or some people believe that, so that I'd squirrel out of making any direct statements about something that I really shouldn't be making direct statements about. I'm not trying to be a squirrely person. Some things just you should not assert until you know for sure, right? On France, they've been in a political crisis for a little while because the government essentially split into two minority governments, and both of those have collapsed over budgetary disputes. Oof. Sounds like they need the EU to maybe oversee some things for a bit to try to figure something out, perhaps? I don't know. I don't know how that works out. I have an article from BBC. Yeah, can you DM that to me and have some downtime? Like we're hanging out at the park and Oz is crocheting and she needs to count her stitches. What does Dee do at those times, you might wonder? That's when I actually catch up on DMs. I see so many people going, yeah, this new thing sucked, but please don't forget that the Epstein files still haven't been released. 100%. We live in a world where nothing should distract us from those files. We should at least cap off and end the Epstein situation before addressing anything else as higher news. There are more critical things that have happened since then. Sure. So then finish processing them, right? That's how I see it. If there are critical things coming up, then hurry up and put an end cap on Epstein so we can move on. On the 10th, when everything went down with Charlie Kirk, Republicans yet again voted to keep those files unreleased. Right. Schumer headed a thing, I don't know the proper term, to try to get the files released, and they were 51 to 49 vote to say nah, that's a hoax. It's a hoax. We won't talk about that anymore. I'd be sad if certain people were on it, but not to the point of wanting them spared. Yeah. Like there might be tears in my eyes while I'm tying the noose. Fuck anyone on that list, even if it's damn Julie Andrews, everyone on that list needs to be revealed. 100%. And here's the thing, and I've said this a million times on stream, but I'll say it 1,000,001. People aren't all in one bucket. Everybody has things that they regret having done, or things that they don't regret that they should be ashamed of and aren't, and have done great things. The mix is different, from person to person. The great thing that you did might have just been, I don't know, saving an ant when you were little, and ever since then you've been a despicable, gross, and hateful person. But you weren't always that way, right? At some point, maybe you did something good for some creature on this planet. And really, really goodly people that do tons and tons of great stuff have sometimes made an error and hurt somebody and maybe didn't even fix it afterwards. And there's like an open grievous wound there. So it happens. A great case in point is William Rhodes, who came to Africa as a conqueror and destroyer and enslaver of people, and is seen as just overall a wicked tyrant of a man who caused much harm and suffering in the colonial conquest of a new continent of people that he wanted to, exploit for his country. And he also created the scholarship program that brought a lot of disenfranchised youth into better schooling in his own home country. So he's helped out so many people and hurt so many people. He's not a demon and he's not a hero. He's an extreme version of, what many of us are at the end of the day. Yeah. The Oversight Committee listened to multiple victims recount the suffering they went through, and a few of them either left that meeting crying or at least visibly upset, and I believe one of them had to leave to throw up. Oof. Also, can I just say thank you for making a space where we can talk vent about these? Yes. My channel, for those of you that are new or watching this for the first time or watching this on VOD, I want this to be a place where we can discuss things and research things and talk about the fullness of an argument. I'm not one to platform ideas that provide or produce extra hate, division, suffering, so much as I do want to talk about them and sometimes visit the reasons behind the motivating factors behind why people feel the way they do and what would allow those ideologies to persist, why a paradigm would continue in this era, what somebody might think or say, what kind of news cycles they might be ingesting to get to where they have those thoughts and think that you are the demon in the situation. But most of my friends who stream, who talk about things online, make their channel into a safe space. Safe space meaning they won't talk about politics. They won't talk about religion. They won't talk about conflicting philosophies. They won't talk about sociological conflicts. So somebody needs to be unsafe. And that's what we're doing here, is making that space where we could talk to people of a certain negative ideology compared to our own, certain antagonistic to your own beliefs sort of things. We could see both sides of an argument. We could then criticize. That's what I mean by we wouldn't platform those kind of ideas, but actually take some of the bad ones and actively criticize them and try to understand better either, what could we do to bring those people back into the fold, change their minds, or do something to mitigate the damage that they do. The problem I hear is often one of despair, that when you hear how people are so different than yourself, that you don't see an answer, that you give up on those people. And while I do agree with cutting toxicity out of your life, very much so, I also feel like if there's one thing the left needs to learn how to do to survive the next few election cycles and the culture war at large better than they are right now, it is to find a way to do something about the right. Because what they're doing right now isn't doing something. I feel like they're ignoring a problem or chastising them, which will galvanize them. And it has. It is galvanizing them. Not to say it's the left's fault, but yeah. They're not helping right now. I know a lot of people like to use stream as a way to escape real life. I like to make real life gritty. I like to hold a magnifying glass until you can see your pores. Some of this is just too much to escape from and it needs to be talked about sometimes. 100%. I don't want to loop on things. I don't want to just like have a cry fest about things and not talk about solutions or bigger I want to talk about things with an intentionality behind them, as opposed to just like, oof, isn't this too much or isn't this crazy? That we do sort of process through it a little bit, and I think that's what will probably be better than just hashing over it. I think hashing over things, looping over things is why we need to escape. But if we talk about it in a sort of a processing fashion with goals in mind, or something to help us understand or create an action plan or something, then it doesn't need escape. It benefits from our attention, if that makes sense. Oh my God, I forgot it was Amori time. Well, don't worry, Kara, because we didn't get very far. We started the game, we're older again, and we walked around until we found this boy's homework and started doing it. And that is the only thing that we have accomplished so far tonight. You made it in time, even though it's 11:50 where I am now. Yeah. Makes sense. You like to make life gritty when you're married to a chaos goblin. This was something that was developing in me before us. Oz likes a safe space, but in her safe space, she likes to talk about emotions at a very vulnerable level, which can make some people uncomfortable. Some people would rather bottle and not address, and certainly not put a magnifying glass to why they feel a certain way. And she mostly leaves space for those people to be as is, but if allowed, if given permission, she goes deep dive on that side of things. And I'm more meta. I do like deep diving on people's emotionalities as well. However, Oz is superior to me at helping a person address themselves, their own emotions within, on a personal basis. Whereas I feel we both excel in couples, or two people. I shouldn't say just couples, but two people, interpersonal interactions. That can be with family, that can be with coworkers, that can be with a best friend. That's where we merge in our insights. And then I'm more broad, political, and meta, and she's more individual and personal. Yeah. That's being chaotic in its own little way. That I make life gritty. Curious. We did 2 math problems and we got sidetracked by discussion. That sounds like a Damien stream if I ever heard one. I'm saying the vibes match each other. Oh, thanks. Kind of, I think. I feel like I'm very anti-chaotic though. My sense of humor is like very dry and cerebral. And I like things ordered and organized. Everything has a home. Like my desk below what you can see on camera, everything lives where it is. And when I pick it up and use it or move it around, I put it back and it has to live exactly where I picked it up from. Oz is completely the opposite. She'll grab something, use it for half of a task's worth of time, and then it goes and lives somewhere else. And then that's it for her. Then future her has to go and find where she left that thing all the time, almost every day. So we're very much an order and chaos couple. Yeah. Although she's getting to a point in her life where some types of chaos are bothering her because it's not uncomfortable, inconvenient. It's inconvenient for her. It takes a lot of time and gets her frantic when she's looking for something that she needs and can't find it. And I'm learning to live in some visual chaos sometimes because it's like all her like stuff kind of out and about. And of course we have kids, so kid stuff is adding to the visual clutter. And I can sort of like Hindu, Zen, cow. I'm mixing a whole bunch of weird mess up. I sort of cow eye, stare off, and like I don't see it. I don't see the clutter. I walk the path that I can walk, and if my side of the bed is clean and made, and where my accoutrement, my keys and wallet live, if that part's clean and I can get to it, and my side of the closet is ordered and all the shirts are in the order that I like them in, because I have an order for my shirts in the closet. That's just how I do. If all that stuff is aligned, then how the rest of the house is doesn't bother me. Yeah. I feel like it might be that might be it then. I'm getting to know you guys at a point in time where you've started to mesh together and pull personality pieces from one another. Maybe a little bit. I do like to sometimes play chaotic as just to be funny and fun with friends because I find it funny and I like chaos people now, I think, more than I used to. I wonder about, my type as I get older, but I also don't really care so much because I'm married and have 2 kids, so who cares what my type is? I'm here. But it does make me wonder, like, I do find myself to be more and more interested in other chaotic, goblin-y sort of people now. Like, they're interesting to me to watch, or like if they're content creators, watch their stuff. And I think I've rubbed off a little bit on Oz, although I try not to. I have a very strong personality, and I do like to argue with people until they agree with me. I try not to do that because that's rude, but I like to. I would like, if given consent, I would argue with somebody until they agreed with me, or at least agreed on to concede a point, meet halfway somewhere. And I never wanted to do that to Oz. Our whole relationship, I've been trying to stay mild around her so that I don't imprint her full of, I'm not like impressing her with my views. It always made me ick to meet a girl, especially in my generation. I felt like this was an unfortunate trend, maybe especially girls with like daddy issues or whatever, who their boyfriend smoked, they started to smoke. Their boyfriend, had a certain political idea, they had a certain political idea. The boyfriend talked a certain way, they started to talk a certain way. Boyfriend listened to this music, they listened to this music. It's like they were an empty vessel waiting to receive somebody else's personality traits and proclivities, and then they've found it, dated it, and then did the absorb. And it's, and then I can't feel like there's anything authentic about that. And the worst of those, of course, I think, is religion. When you absorb somebody else's religion, that it really hurts my soul. Pun intended. That's not a pun, but joke intended. All right. I think it's 7.103 because we did the Z-score for the value of 100 of a mean of 47 and standard deviation of 7.46. Is that what we found out? And we did the Z-value lookup as far as I remember, and this is the best of my memory, plus Haley's looking things up as far as how statistics works again, so we could remind ourselves. On the Z-value chart, I found 7.10, and I didn't find a third digit. So I'm assuming it's this one, because the other one, 7.000, looks like it's rounded to the nearest no decimals, and so this one would be more accurate. And the 4747, that's completely wrong. So this better be right. You completed Brent's math worksheet. And damn, this hurts. They won't actually tell us if it's right. So we're gonna have to wait until some event happens in the story to find out if we got all of those right. I mean, here's the thing. I know we got them all. Right. Okay, there's another kid here that had like language classes or something? Was it on the same street? I feel like they were on the same street. We did 2 tutorings. One was in math, and I think the other was in foreign language. Was it here? Was it Spanish? Was it this room? Hey, I remember. You want to leave too, don't you? You want to give me your homework too, don't you? Look at all those medals. This kid's smart. That other boy, he just wants to play on the playground. I don't think he's as smart as his parents think he is.
Oh, hi, Mr. Tutor. Sorry,
This may seem kind of selfish of me, but
You see, my dad isn't home today because he's out running errands. I've been studying in my room all summer and I just want one day to play at the park. Could you please finish my worksheet for today so he doesn't notice? I promise I'll be home before it gets dark, so please don't tell him. Yeah, okay. I thought so.
Wow. Well, wait. Oh, okay. She thought I was going to say no and then realized I said. Have you ever had this happen? This is one of the most embarrassing things for me. I think I've not had a more embarrassing moment than when I assumed I knew what somebody was going to say and they said it. And so I responded based on what I was pretty sure they were saying. And in one place in my life, I shared this on a stream that's now members only. So I'll give you this one as a freebie. But I was walking to school one day, and this girl that I don't know what I thought about her. Thinking about it, I just feel like I had a missed opportunity, and so I'm bitter about this. But almost every day walking to school, I would walk with her and one of my best friends. And this best friend of mine, a boy, would pick on this girl like crazy. Classic textbook crush type pick on. Like, he was brutal. He was so like, you know, saying all the crazy things, making fun of her name, like really laying it on thick. And I don't know. I don't think she read childhood psychology. I think we were all, was it 6th grade, 5th grade, 5th grade, maybe 5th grade. I feel like every time I looked at her face to see how she was responding to his like crazy jokes, making fun of her, I don't think she really took it well. But she had to walk to school. You know, she couldn't like take another route or ask her parents to drive her, I guess. So it was like either deal with the boy picking on her or what. I don't know what else she would do. But one day, he didn't walk to school with us. Maybe he was sick, had to stay at home or something. I forget why. I forget why he didn't come that day. So it was just me and her, just me and the girl, walking to school together, walking up the hill. Keep running up that hill, Kate Bush style. And she said under her breath some words, and I heard, we were talking a little bit about the boy and how he picked on her. I was like, yeah, you know, crazy the way he jokes, you know, he's real spicy. I didn't use the word spicy because kids didn't use spicy back in those days like that. But I said some stuff about him to try to like white knight her a bit, I guess, maybe. I don't know that I really had a crush. I was just trying to be defensive and be like, hey, I'm friendly. I'm not going to say a bunch of mean stuff to you and pick on you. And then there was a little pause and she said under her breath some words. And I'm pretty sure what she had said right in that moment was, do you like him? Really quiet. Like, do you like him? And I thought she was being quiet because I was like walking with him all the time and it seemed like we were pals, and at recess we hung out. So maybe she saw that and she's like, are you like him? Do you advocate for that type of behavior too? Will you pick on me too? Will you side with him when I see him again? And so I was like, oh, in response to hearing her say, do you like him? I was like, oh, I mean, not really. And she got so flustered and started to like run ahead and said, you can be alone then. And she was like flush, like blushing, and just like went on ahead. And it dawned on me, she didn't say, do you like him under her breath. She had taken a pause and pivoted topics and asked, do you like me? She asked me, do you like me? And I was like, I mean, not really. And we never talked again. Ever again. Not in any other school. I don't know if I ever bumped into her in public anywhere, but probably not. She probably just dodged me everywhere for the rest of my life. She saw me in a public place, she probably turned the other way. So, not that guy. He hates me. Yeah. In an alternate world, we're married to... No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about her. Okay. Yeah, so this girl misheard me for a second. Now she just realized what I actually said.
You mean you'll let me go? Oh, thank you, Mr. Tutor. You're the best. Yay, I'm really going to the park. I wonder what I should do first. I know. I want to play in the sandbox. I can't wait.
All right.
Thanks again, mister. I'm going to go have some fun.
Bye-bye. Goodbye. I wonder why they don't have an animation for her to just walk out. Like, why fade to black and then fade back in the same screen, like in the same room. No, whatever. I'm sure it saves on... Okay, what are we doing? We are doing her worksheet, which was for language. Yeah. Joy's language worksheet. Finish it? Hell no. What, am I a good person in video games? Yes, I am. Always. I am always a good person in video games. Because I think I tried it once where I wanted to do the evil playthrough. And I was committed. And I played for maybe 5 hours of Fallout 3. That's the one in DC. And I played a neutral playthrough all the way through the game. Loved the ending. Loved everything along the way. I had a great time playing the character that I did. I played a bard. And I know if you just heard me say Fallout 3 and bard, you probably have no idea what the hell I was doing. I made a character who specialized in stealth, in speech and charisma, and never fighting. I ran around the capital wasteland, not getting in fights, making everybody my friend. Some people fall in love with me, and just overall being a chum of a guy who was on everybody's side and everybody loved, except for the bad guys. The bad guys eventually became mean. And all bards have to do some combat, so I learned how to do sniper rifles. So not very bardly, but they didn't have musical instruments you could play, and then that would do damage to an enemy, something like that. It was fun. And then I was like, I got to see the evil side of this. It looks really interesting. There's so many things I missed. You know what happens if you blow up Megaton? What happens if you work out of 10 Penny Tower or whatever that place is called? And after like 5 hours, I was like, I feel so sick to my stomach every time I sit down to play this. I feel wretched inside. I hate this. I hate choosing to hurt people, even pixels, meaningless pixels on a screen. Yeah, so I had to quit, and I don't play evil playthroughs almost ever for anything. Okay, in the sentence, I feel like these are way easier than the math problems, but whatever, we're gonna do this. You know, if you're in English, well, I'll say there's probably two people. Either I have to close this window real quick because it's long since been dead, hasn't it? Okay, bye, and I'll end it here too. Okay, bye. Okay, that one's done. If your English is a second language and you're trying to learn English non-native, some language questions relating to English can be really rough. If you are native English speaker, depending on your upbringing and socio-political status, what country, what region in that country you are, some of these questions may be hard too, because you might not necessarily have the education behind standard English, and you might think, oh, I don't know the answer to this. There are a couple words that Oz says that are like her family or her region words, and I can't correct her. That's because it's an in-grouping for her. If I corrected her to a standardized English, what good would that do? She's not writing essays for a living, but she does speak to her family or to other friends from back where she was born. And those people talk that way too. And sometimes that is non-standard. And I just, I let the nails on chalkboard sound in my ears of hearing the wrong word being used just wash over me like a duck with oily feathers that let chalkboard nails roll right off. I don't know where I'm going with this. As a native English speaker raised in the South, I fumble English sometimes. Yeah. I mean, it's a nasty abomination of a language. Obviously, one of the world's worst. And yet, here we are in a future where the majority of people in almost every the business scenario that I can think of speak it or have to. In the sentence, This glass of lemonade is blank blank freshing. Which prefix is correct? Gavin, what's up? Oh, by the way, should we take a pause and just say, if you're not already well encompassed in the world of some lovely content creators who are here with me on tonight's stream, can I send you this way to Haley VB?
Oh. There's something behind you.
Yeah, this doll. Oh shit! There's oh no, there's something else.
There's something else.
I hear my own voice. I'm in this clip.
What did it look like?
Red.
I don't know what it was then. Anyways, grab this doll with me.
Oh yeah.
Because it's easier to do with two people grab it at the same time. Ready? Go.
This is my first time seeing this doll.
Oh boy.
And then drop her. Oh fuck.
We gotta do it again.
Yep. Ow. She hit me. She hit me.
No.
Okay, 1,
Oh,
2.
the thing's coming. The thing's coming.
Oh fuck! That thing.
Oh.
Shit.
That's the red thing. That was the red. That was not very good. I'm doing good. I was working on my game earlier. Can you tell me more? What'd you get accomplished today? That was the red thing. Yep. The red thing of doom and death and abomination. And while we are at it, please also send some love to Gavin Stoutheart, second best goblin content creator I know.
Gotta keep going. Okay, here's where a boss is.
Next to Oz, of course. I want to play this game.
Nope.
Oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
I'll get the turkey though.
E. This game looks so good, but also looks super frustratingly hard. Like, I don't know if I could do it. But I've done some hard games. I have to wait 6 seconds before doing another shout out. Has it been 6 seconds? No. There it is. Okay, cool. That's the thing. Yeah. But yeah, if you like wholesome, these are two of my favorite wholesome people. Although I wouldn't say that Haley's streams are necessarily family friendly, but you should definitely go check her out because she's very entertaining. And Gavin is wholesome and family friendly, and that's extremely rare as far as content creators go. So keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate both of you very much. It's in the style of JRPG. It's about my lore. I love this. I made models of the tutorial party. Oh, cool. That's exciting. Good stuff. Yeah, Gavin and I have talked a little bit off stream about this work, and I'm very excited to see it come to fruition. Just keep doing it, little bits at a time. Keep moving forward. Heroes to a Troa. I know that everybody rolls with the punches when a streamer changes schedules, and I know that there's a period where for the next few months my numbers are gonna like hit a new low. I've watched my whole brand grow and grow and grow over the last 5 years, and you know, even more so over the last 11 since I started doing any content anywhere. And it's always crazy to see where things end up going over time, what things hit and what things don't, and learning about the whole business altogether. But if there's one thing I know, it's when you change something dramatically, especially when you have to back off to talk, you know, health and personal self-care and all that stuff, it hurts the business. No matter how good of a choice you're making for yourself, it hurts the business, hurts the bottom line. And for that part sucks. But I know a lot of you have rolled with the punches, but none, I think, have rolled more than Troa. I appreciate your patience and everything that's changed in these last couple weeks. Pally Pal is here. Starting party is made up of dwarves. Love that. going to need some peeps with some big voices. Big voices that you're going to do some pitch shifting with, or are they just going to be big voice trolls? Because there's like the dwarf sound that's like, I'm a big Scottish dwarf sort of person, and well, that's a horrible accent. I don't know what I'm doing right now with my voice. I'm tired. I'm sleep deprived. Not normally this week. Just today I'm extra tired for reasons. Or are you gonna do like? I feel like pitch shifting would be more like a gnome. Like even if you got like the barrel-chested voice and then you do the pitch shift.
Kinda like this is not quite like a dwarf.
That's not quite like a dwarf. You probably shouldn't do pitch shifting with it. Yeah. Okay. So trying to do pitch shifting if I can help it. Looking out for VIs once I have a script. Nice. And we've had some discussions about that before. Okay. So glass of lemonade is disfreshing. That's just fun. That should be a word. Disfreshing. I don't know what it would mean, but I wanna find a meaning of that and use it. Or is it unfreshing? Or is it refreshing? I think we're gonna answer this one, but I wish these ones were a little bit harder. I do. I wish that they would really disenfranchise people because English is so much harder than math, and math is so much more universal. And math you can also kind of like look up. Well, you could look up these as well. You know, I'll poke you when I'm ready. 100%. Everybody always does. It's refreshing. What is the correct abbreviation for the word wait? Wait? That's interesting. So I've never seen a capital W before, ever, for wait. But I also don't think I've ever seen WGT before. That one seems really, really odd. I've only ever seen WT. And now I'm just making sure I'm not gaslighting myself on this one. Right when I was like, oh, these are all so easy, like I should just be able to. But yes, WT, net weight is always NET-WT. Unless they spell the word out. It would never be WGT. Also, you would never, would you ever use G? If you have a silent GH, why pick the G? It's got to be WT. Now I'm extra thinking about it, but 90% sure. I think W is always for watts. I think you're right. Capital W especially, because everything with electronics is capital A, capital V, capital W. Amps, volts, watts. What word means to move forward on the hands and knees? Walk would be weird. Slither sounds like you have too many parts. If you can slither, you probably don't have hands or knees in the traditional sense. So I'm gonna go with crawl. You completed Joy's language worksheet. Okay. Well, I wish it was more interesting. But that's just the linguist in me. Well, I'm a mathematician too, and I felt that the math ones were a little more interesting. I forget if there's anything in the last house. This is the last house, right? Yeah. There is. What was this house? Wheelchair. Was this the family with the elderly lady? Big family. Oh, hi. Yellow bun granny. Well, hello again. I must thank you again for helping me get my medicine yesterday. Oh, you're a delivery person. You know, you kids remind me of two of my sons when they were young. Because we were. Dun dun dun. Oh, hi to you as well. Who are you saying hi to? Those two were quite different from each other, but got along very well. People would always say they balanced each other out. Hick, hick. Is that a cough or a laugh? I may not look it, but I'm turning 64 this year. Wait. Are you really like I guess you can be a granny at 64. I don't know. It feels young.
I've had 7 kids in my lifetime, but everyone's moved out except my eldest son and my youngest daughter. That's kind of weird. My eldest son never leaves his room, though, so probably won't ever leave. Oh, right. You're the one with the otaku. Otaku. He lives here underneath the stairs, Harry Potter style. There's a girl in my room. Get out. Look at all those beautiful posters up there. Sexy waifus. Hello? Creepy guy. I cannot begin to prolificate the proposal of mundane scribbles amongst one another on deflated parchment. If you could describe me something, please do so in the most modern entrapment in Parliament. Whatever. Why, yes, that peripheral you ponder over there is my duly betrothed. It is his waifu. I think we already discovered this. I don't think he's got new voice lines for me. I'd appreciate it if you kept your optical appendages in their sheaths. She assimilates my confab better than anyone and anything else. She's such a sweetheart, and we love each other. Now leave us alone.
Okay, yeah, I'm so gone because you're so gross. Not to disenfranchise those viewers among you who are also well-spoken otaku. Thanks for your viewership. Wait, why am I alone? Where's this at? Oh, because I'm in the bathroom. Of course, a toilet. Of course, why would Kel join you in the bathroom? Just hanging out, watching you pee, chatting you up. That's interesting. This bathroom's so big, the washer and dryer are both here. Washing machine and dryer. Also, who designs a video game where the washer and dryer have like the little, you got the little box, I think it's like for the dryer vent stuff to come out through the wall behind it. It's well done. It's good thinking that you did all that. And you see how one's a front loader, the dryer, and one's a top loader, the washer. Smart. Okay, do we see the thing in the mirror? We did not see the thing in the mirror. We cannot see in the mirror. And then the daughter? Oh, daughter's not here. Fancy tea party for 2. Except the daughter's not. Ooh, love note? Hello? There's a love letter on this table. Who could it be for? Oh, indeed. Well, Nancy. Okay, let's get up. This place is dead anyway. We're done with this street. Now let's go to the park and figure out just what the heck are we doing as older kiddos now in this world. We've been all over this place before. Oh, there's more trash to pick up. Lovely. Hey, kid that I've released.
This is so much fun.
Well, you're free now. Enjoy the fun. Oh, you're in the sand too.
Hop and hop.
And a hop. And a hop. Okay. Enjoy the hops. Who are you?
Life's been kind of stressful lately, but people watching out here helps me put things into perspective.
I gotta sneeze. Oh, that was an awful sneeze. Oh. Have you ever had a sneeze that feels almost too sensual? And then there are other sneezes that feel like you just wrenched everything in your body and you're gonna like hurt, all your joints are gonna hurt for the next 5 to 10 minutes while the cortisol tries to escape your brain. This was the latter. This was not a sensual moment on camera. I'm sorry. Maybe next time.
I might make it a habit to come to this park more often. I guess sometimes all it takes to relax is to stop and smell the roses.
I think you're people watching. I'm just kidding. Not that literal. Oh, that's a smelly boy over there. There's so much trash. Should we just be picking it up? I forget if you can just grab all the trash as you see it. Or if you need to pick up trash, turn it in, pick up trash, turn it in, etc., etc. There's more people over on this side now. We're going to start on the left, though, this time around. Because we didn't do that last time. Yeah, we can just pick up all the trash. Here's those creepy cultist dudes. They're still here. Recycultists.
We are recycultists, followers of the holy bin. As all have littered, all must accept that they are trash. Reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Okay. You say the same thing? Okay, you do. I love that. Who are you? You seem new. Wrinkly forehead? Oh, don't call people by their traits. That's kind of weird.
Hey, pals. Good to see you. These new recycultist folk that have been showing up are making a real big change around here. This is the first time I've seen so many people taking the initiative to pick up trash. Makes my job a whole lot easier. Har har. Something about them feels a little fishy, though.
Fish? You said the magic void. I'm trying to find fish. Oh, the kids disappeared. I forgot that happens. Sometimes you remember stuff from your youth, I think. And then when you interact with it, it just disappears. I also forgot that this park is apparently at the edge of the known universe, and there's nothing but clouds on the other side of it. That's weird. The stench of this man is indescribable.
Hey, bub. Could you spare a few nickels? Really appreciate it.
How much do you want to donate? $10. Are you sure you want to donate? Yes. Give him all my money. All of it.
Thank ye kindly. Hey, bub. Thanks for helping me. You've been a real friend. So, I got something special for you.
Oh, that's a Twitch ad. This is always a little bit awkward. I give stuff to people in games because I expect a reward. I would hate for my kids to ever watch me on stream act this way and talk about it this way. But the fact of the matter is, if you ever have a chance to toss money in some direction and it looks like it's sort of like a dead end, like, oh, you shouldn't really like just give your money away. That was like almost a third of all of my money I just gave away to this random person in the park. That's probably not the smartest decision to do in real life. But if you're going to do it in real life and give money, you should do it out of the kindness of your heart without expectation of reward, especially from a hobo. If you're trying to exploit them for something because you gave them money, that's kind of weird. But in a video game, it's 100%. You do this every time. Hobo asks for money, give them all the money. You keep giving them the money until you can't give them money anymore. Because that's how video games work. Yeah. I feel like maybe part of what's happening today, I don't know if it's an allergy or something, like maybe that time I got punched in the nose earlier today. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't get punched. But my nose is all like stuffy and funny. Like back when I used to say that I thought there was something allergy inducing in this room, but then I think it was something else. I think I was going through some sort of chronic thing because in recent weeks my nose has been much better, even when I've been in this room, and so I need to figure out what's causing it to be this way again, where it's kind of like hard to breathe through again. I do want to wait until everybody is back before I continue on with this dialogue. So we'll do that. Music's quite cute here. And you know what I really love is playing a game that you don't get DMCA struck for playing their music. Which should be like pretty much every game. It's absolutely wild and baffling to me that some people would say, try to go after you for having their music playing on live stream for their games. This really disincentivizes creators from bringing your game to light and sharing it with an audience if they feel like they're going to be demonetized for doing that thing. Yeah, unfortunate. So, coming out of break for some of you folks, let's see what the hobo has left to say. Thanks for letting me have a moment where I just didn't talk. Not that you had a choice.
Hold out your hands for me and close your eyes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do we trust him on this one? Do we get a choice? We don't get a choice. We're closing our eyes. You feel something cold on your palms. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You got a gold watch. What?
You like it? Since you've been so gracious, I thought I could spare you some of my wares. That's real gold there. I swear it.
So, then why you look like that? Oh, okay. Gold quotes watch. Is this even real gold? I don't know. But do I try to wear it? I don't even know what these do. Maybe nothing. Oh, I don't want to give him something else other than his pet rock. No, they don't do any stats. They're literally just things. Do stats only exist when we're playing make-believe in our kid world? And really, when you're carrying things, they do nothing? A tetherball hole. Oh my. That's a different game entirely. A tetherball pole smells like rusty metal. Hey, person I can sell trash to, if I remember correctly. Hello, youngins. I see you have some trash with you. Thanks, I'll be sure to dispose of this properly. Here's $5 for your help. Ho ho! Why does everybody laugh funny in this game?
So, would you like to buy some apple juice for $2?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, that's fine. As long as you're not buying any orange juice.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll say no to him too.
Wow, that is a nice view.
Oh, the back of the apple guy? Is that what she's saying? Because that's the only thing I see her staring at. A tree and this guy's butt. An empty picnic basket? Yes, we would like to save, please. We've done some few things here and there. Yeah. Hello. Oh, it's Basil. What's he doing over here? He's just kind of staring off into the... Basil, you're creeping me out. Basil?
I think we need to go. Hey, Kel. Hey, Damien. What's up, Basil? Nice to see you out and about. Are you feeling better after yesterday? Huh?
Oh, look at him. Why does he look like that? What's going on?
Yesterday?
Oh, have you been in the dream world for like months?
What do you mean? You had a big stomach ache, didn't you? That's why you had to go to the bathroom? Oh, right. Yes, I feel much better now. Did you want to hang out with us today? Damien's not going to be around for much longer, you know.
Right? And yet I'd spend all day working and ignoring Kel. ...
I don't know.
Rude, I see where I stand. Just kidding. Basil, you're allowed. You're full grown. What? How old are you? 16? I mean, you're older.
Maybe tomorrow.
That's my last day, dude. You sleep on this, maybe you'll miss it.
Sorry. Don't worry.
What's up, kids? How we doing tonight? A full-grown teenager. Fully teen. Full-ass teen. Let's do a shout-out for Kids Channel. Please go show them some love if you've got a moment to do. Even if you don't.
No. Yes.
Should I play
Yes.
this
Push your head back until it goes pop.
this season? You're gonna pop her head. She loves you. She shows love in a very stabby way.
No. Yeah, hands are really messed up. Can you pick that up, please?
Hear her? I can feel her clawing her way back inside.
I do want to play this.
Good for you too.
Maybe this season. Maybe this year.
Leave me alone.
Oh. Take
Hit
care
it
of that
harder.
head.
I deserve this.
Yep, one more time for good measure. Oh, good girl.
Third time's a charm.
Fucking psycho. Let's go. Where's that machete at? Can I have it? Can I have it? Can I have it?
That's the most important part. Where's the stabbies?
Oh, look at that. A little bit of Gatorade. I'm good.
Please go show we so punny some love. Silvos, how's it going? I'm also gonna do a shout out because you were just streaming last night. Time is a weird thing. I have to wait 42 seconds. Gross.
I completed all my tasks.
Spoilers.
Lloyd's not the imposter. He actually did his tasks. God damn it.
I don't remember if I got that far in that game. Hi and welcome everybody. How's your beginning of your weekend looking so far? Any big plans coming up?
Not a child, I'm 16.
She needs to love me less fiercely. Yeah, that's a jealous lover if I ever saw one.
This is what you get for making a Tinder profile. Don't worry. You don't have to force yourself. We can always catch up later.
Yeah, except me, because I'm leaving in 2 days, so no. ...
Yeah, you're right. Oh, okay then. See you later, I guess.
Okay, bye.
Why is Basil like this? See you later then, I guess.
He asserts, stomping his foot and making eye contact with you, like, get out of here. I played Grounded 2 and I hatched a soldier and I rode it with a saddle and named her Antonia. Aw. I sort of understand that reference because we saw the Ant-Man and Wasp movies this summer. And that was my first time watching. I haven't seen almost any of the Marvel films until this summer. The kiddos being about the right age for it now to at least get some of the storyline. And yeah. They've been fun. They've been interesting. They're up and down in quality to some degree, but mostly pretty good romps. Yeah. Soldier Ant. You've not seen Ant-Man? Oh, Ant-Man does this too. He names ants stuff. You would get along. I just thought ant names. Yeah, you guys would get along. You and Ant-Man. Oh, hello.
Yuck. Yuck.
Okay. Aren't you lovely? Today is such a beautiful day, don't you think? Except for your cough. I may not have any money, but at least sunlight is free. Until it gives you skin cancer. So anyways, lads, could you spare me some change during this hard time? Sure, you take $10 too. I'm feeling generous. Some old money bags. Everybody take my money. I've currently donated $50 to Old Hobo. Thanks, good lads. I'll be sure to pay you back somehow. It's a video game, so I believe you.
Yuck. Yuck.
Okay, bye. There's more trash. I'm gonna go sell more trash and then talk to those people down there. Palms up by to accept donations. You can take all my Omorty bucks. I like making the money. The little mini games for work in this game are pretty fun. And yeah. Hello? What's happening here?
Hey, neighbor. How's it going?
Oh, this is Kel's neighbor? Blue-haired girl.
Hey, Kel. Oh, and who else is with you? Oh, wait, I recognize you. It's Damien, isn't it?
Wow, am I really that much of a shut-in? This is like the neighbor next to my neighbor and they don't know me.
Sorry, it's been a while. I think we only met a few times. My family's always lived here, but I was sent off to boarding school for a few years and just came back about 3 years ago, I think.
Oh, so for 3 years I've been shut in and didn't, we've had plenty of opportunity to hang out. You're streaking. That's allowed on this in this channel. That's allowed. A 5-stream streak, nonetheless. I feel like, is that accurate? This stuff has been in beta for so long. I just don't know if I trust the numbers so much. But maybe. I almost never get past 3 for anyone. Wow, I feel extra lucky. You can streak here anytime.
Hey, Damien. Chris is my next door neighbor and she's really cool. She's the fastest swimmer in school.
Oh, cool.
When she's in the water, people compare her to a mermaid.
Oh, why do you sing that?
Or a shark.
Oh, okay.
Or even a torpedo. Oh, Kel, you're never short on compliments. Aren't you trying out for the junior varsity basketball team this year? I'm sure you'll be a shoo-in. Well, I'll try. I've been playing every now and then with the strangers at the park. I think I'm getting better, but it's a little hard to tell. But if I practice basketball as much as you practice swimming, I'd probably have a better chance.
Well, just get to it.
Oh, I'm not that hardworking. It feels like fun to me, honestly.
That's the dream. Find something you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Is that how the cliche goes? I forget how it goes. Something like that. Past? Yeah, it's the... Well, I understood what you meant, but yes, the second. Grammar Brain's on vacation. They can't toot tonight. We do not police grammar. The only thing that affects like grammar, spelling, pronunciation, punctuation, anything like that in this stream is I also do this because I'm a bit of a provocateur and a bit of a bully, but I love having moral high ground for saying this way and the way it makes other people feel. I will always forever on this channel and going for everywhere I am on social media, I will always say GIF. And I don't care whose nerves I rankle. If you don't like the way I pronounce GIF, you gotta love me for me. Flaws and everything. I'm just kidding. It's not a flaw. It's the right way. So that's the one, the only thing. But everything else, misspell, mistype, autocorrect, I don't care. We won't judge you on any of that ever because ideas win in this channel, not how they come across. I'm about to hit a 5 watch streak. Troa, what did you do to get such grace? The gods have blessed you. The streak gods, the streaking, the streakers have graced you. Tomorrow it'll be 1 again. Yeah, most likely. So lame. So lame. Don't know why. Okay. Where are we? And besides, even though I love swimming in pools, I love swimming in the ocean even more. Wait, are we a coastal town? Where is this place anyways? I love everything about the ocean. The beach, the sound of the waves. I feel like this is the next time we go into the dream world or whatever, it's the little kid world. I think we're going to like get over the fear of drowning because I think that was a thing. I don't get 5 streak in my own stream. Same though. I don't think you can get a streak in your own streams, can you? I forgot to turn. Oh, but you've got your profile and then the streaming profile. So yeah, I guess you could. I forgot to turn it on when we stream. Oh yeah. I should check to see because I do have like other accounts, just like, you know, separate from the world, seeing what I can do. And you know, especially I think especially for social media accounts where your history is public. That's not true for everywhere, but some places people can go to your profile and then see what you've watched. And I always felt a little bit weird about that. Like, I don't know, if I'm obsessing for like a weekend on like how to make cheese, I don't need the world to like know about my proclivities. Let me have my weird obsessions where I go down a weird rabbit hole for a long period of time and like super obsessed over one thing and then drop it like it never happened before. Like I never cared that much about cheese. It was just that 1 week and then never again for the rest of my life. I'm making fun. I don't think it was ever cheese. What was the last thing I ever What was the last thing I hyper obsessed over and could not stop looking up? Honestly, realistically, the one thing, like if you look on all of my activities recently, probably for the last season, like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 months, what it's been is I've been looking up diet. If I have ever been a resource for you in your life as far as physiology, the chemistry of the body, and nutrition, diet, and consumption and absorption of food, and the proper like minerals and vitamins and how they get processed and amino acids, all that kind of stuff. If I've ever talked with you about any of that stuff, there's a chance I got something wrong. I might have prescribed some of the right ideas as far as like what a good diet is, but they overlapped by accident, and the meanings or understandings behind them were often founded in pseudoscience or from schooling that I learned secondhand from other people who I trusted, whose institutions have gone through reformation processes since then and discovered, hey, they're not really teaching to, proper scientific method, or something was debunked about the way that they pulled their studies together. And so while my diet hasn't hugely changed, like I do still strongly promote water as the majority fluid that you drink, lots of veggies, which I think is kind of just a no-duh. Like everybody knows veggies are healthy for you and not like deep fried and battered, and largely sort of like a seafarer's diet, because just the actuary tables of, longevity have sort of proven, a high vegetable and high maritime protein diet just seems to be like a thing that we're wired for. Those things haven't changed, but a lot of the reasoning behind it and like what we're allowing in our own home and disallowing now has changed profoundly, and I'm very apologetic. And I hope to, in tonight, and well, I don't know about tonight, but in it going forward, undo some of the wrong thinking or explaining behind things I've done, including I have this slated, maybe not this year, but hopefully sometime next year, going back to my old live stream, an entire live stream dedicated to diet, and going through it point by point and reacting to my own stream, and then talking about what we've learned since then. Yeah. Yeah. I'm special. Special, like special. Yeah. I like me, see me, watch me, and you should too. Yeah. Sounds terribly narcissistic, but it's really materialistic. I like cash. Ultimately, I don't know. Yes, I like cash, but I don't like cash for cash's sake. What I like is I don't think that if I got to a place where I was wealthy, that I would be happy per se. What would make me happy in gaining of money more than what I'm making now is not worrying. And I think when people say money can't buy you happiness, it's just the really rich people that say money can't buy you happiness. You can be sad and worried and anxious because of bills and upcoming costs and what happens if an accident occurs. They say like the average American's only like 1 to 3 big accidents or medical incidents away from bankruptcy or whatever. And it would be lovely to just have the money to have that worry or anxiety be sort of squelched, and that is happy making. It's not the money per se that's making you happy, but the money gets rid of the fear, and the fear stops the happy or squishes the happy down, takes up some of the space the happy could fill. So yeah, money does give you happiness to some degree. But more than that, more than we're able to cover everything, I don't know that I crave it so much as if we ever started ramping up in that direction, I just want to find talented people and give them this money. I mean, in the form of jobs. I want to employ people and make things bigger and have a bigger outreach and help a lot of people get a lot of cool ideas. Probably not punch my microphone. Get big ideas and conversations and sharing of knowledge and growing and disenfranchising people from their ruts, getting them unstuck in life at a bigger and bigger and bigger basis and way that I can do just me or just me and Oz. And that involves, you know, paying other people because we don't want to do it with volunteers. We'll take volunteers for a short period of time, but if anybody's wanting to volunteer, but we'd love to pay some people to grow this, and that then having a lot of money would be great to pay those people, overpay those people. Too many people are underpaid. I'm underpaid. I'm trying to get my eating back on track also. Yeah, I was off rails, on rails, and then a little bit off recently. I need to get back on again. I need to get back on. This is my reminder to myself. Starting tomorrow. Or Monday, maybe. Weekends are hard. We do a lot of opportunistic eating while we're out running around, trying to get errands done, trying to clean the house, trying to get the girls ready for the next school week and everything. It just gets crazy. I like paying bills. Yeah. I like paying bills. I like paying them on time. I like not having creditors come after me. I like not having a bill or a debt go into collections. Yeah. Paying bills is nice. Okay. Then even the smell of seaweed. Oh, I like the smell of seaweed. Although probably not for the same reason. I think for blue-haired girl, it's just like a love of the ocean. I like to eat seaweed, personally. Sorry, I must sound a little obsessed. I think everybody's obsessed at this level with something. Me, not so much these days. Just, you know, I get in phases, like I said, with the diet, but I don't know if I have this kind of level of obsession with things regularly. I met with a new dietitian for the first time after waiting 3 months for a referral. Oh, I hope they're good. She recommended a few things. I kept it in mind, but had specific other things I wanted to work on. So I had ChatGPT help me with a meal plan for the week. Nice. I gotta say, I know that there's a handful of community that is somewhat antagonistic to large language models and generative AI. And I think in some ways, I understand where some of the backlash comes from. And I think the worst part that I'm seeing is there's some really like destructive choices being made by companies that are disenfranchising people that they could have on and pay good wages and make good quality of life for employees, but are instead choosing to make things harder for people by disenfranchising people or cutting tasks and roles and trying to apply AI where it's not really the greatest fit. However, things like structuring, planning, assisting with one's life, especially for some of us whose lives can just be chaotic and some of it's well outside of our control, either internally or externally or whatever it happens to be, having a resource that is free to tap that can sort of grab from the world's knowledge and compile it together for you can be really beneficial when used in the right ways. And I think that's a really great way, setting up meal plan, because we think so little about what we eat sometimes, as far as the very cells that make up your body and determine how you feel, how you think, what you react to, and how that reaction plays out, and just your general quality of life, what it feels like to sit alone and breathe. Are you in chronic pain? Are you in anxious and depressed emotions? Or does it feel pretty nice? A lot of that, some of that's obviously based on other things, other pre-existing conditions, but diet helps or hinders all of that. So focusing on that and using tools to help you, I think is smashing. Whenever someone asks if I could do a fill-in or add to what exists, I always just assume no, because that's just because I have no idea how. Do a fill-in or add to what? I don't remember, or I don't know what context that's related to. I wish people would figure out how to use AI in good ways. I wish people would use computers and phones in good ways, period. The amount of people like that I see, just I look over my shoulder at somebody, or just you're in a waiting room for the dentist or whatever, and you watch what people do on their phones, and it's just like the amount of time and attention and energy wasted in such meaningless, useless, and probably not enriching ways is just it hurts my heart. Instant translations? Or making video game voices be able to say your character's name? Yeah. Wait, are those the good ways? Or real-time translations would be game-changing? Oh, that's what you mean by instant. Yeah, that exists. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. No, I'm allowed to say that. That exists. Put in an earpiece and speak and understand any language. So it's not as well developed as all that. We don't have like the Babelfish, right? But there are limited devices that are jargon based. So they have a vocabulary of 500 to 1,000 words. And they do process in real time, in crowds, groups of people talking over each other, and will grab those specific jargon sets and prioritize playing them in the earpiece of the person who's wearing it. You might understand by my very specific description of what's going on why they are set up to be such a minimalistic experience when there's probably technology to do better. Well, I don't know if there's technology to do better. It has to be a wearable. It has to be small. It has to survive with a reasonable amount of battery life throughout the course of a day. It can't get too hot. And it can't have internet access because of where it's being used and how it's being used. But yeah, it's essentially for military use, for troops walking through areas of the world where they don't have time to train up on the language, but they need to hear certain words translated, hence the limited dictionary. And they don't, it's not like a full translation device. It's basically just there so that if certain words are picked up, those words get translated. Yeah. That kind of stuff is out there already and very useful in a certain number of situations. If you could help, sure. How? It's hard to describe. I don't see myself as being particularly a draw for a show. Oh, you mean like me asking people to help volunteer for my brand? I forget, or I'm not sure if that's the context you were relating to. AKA the universal translator from Star Trek. I would love to see that eventually. But I also feel like language has nuances, though, too, that translators probably will miss. And I don't know how to fix that. I mean, if you've ever just watched like a really well-loved translation of a movie, sometimes they will have like a cultural descriptor footnote on something that was said or something that's on a sign or whatever, because not everything can be word-to-word conveyed and then have all the thoughts behind those words conveyed properly. You know what I mean? So I feel like universal translation will never be as complete as we'd love it to be. Things I wanted to work on were eating leaner non-processed meats, not relying on only meat for my protein source, making meals that are satiating. That's a huge one, really, because I feel like one of the number one reasons why, especially in America, we have a problem with caloric intake and consuming more or absorbing more than we should every day is because we have so much non-satiating food, so much empty carb or empty calorie food, right? But 45-ish carbs, like I should be eating, getting more fruits, vegetables, trying to get all the color groups in my diet. Dietitians never seem to care about that, but everything I read online says it's recommended. Yeah, color is the thing with color is there are cyano and I'm gonna get the word wrong. What is the thing? You have your beta carotene, obviously it's like your oranges and reds from certain fruits and vegetables, anthocyanin pigments from some like blue and purple foods, stuff like that. There are compounds in those enzymes, vitamins and minerals that are differentiating, and that's why you see the different colors. So like color is a good heuristic to get that stuff in you. Like you're not eating food for the color per se, but you're eating it for the pigmenting components within, and just diversification can be really healthy too. There are how many essential amino acids? 11, is that right? And essential meaning your body can't fabricate them on their own. You need a helper, an external intake to get them in your system. And there are very few foods that get close to fulfilling all of them. So mixing things up and or like rotating through foods, maybe making like a school cafeteria sort of list of, you know, I'm going to eat this one on Mondays, this one on Tuesdays, or whatever, gets sort of like your bases better covered. So yeah, concepts like that. So I wrote ChatGPT how I could work in different vegetables into my diet. Good stuff. Translation thing, it should speak in your own voice. I don't know if I want to hear my own voice that much. I like a lot of other voices better than my own. And I like my voice. I do. I mean, it's a moneymaker, so of course you're going to like it. But I also hear my voice through my own ears. And so I sound different to me than I sound to you guys to some degree. Although I'm one of the rare streamers, so I've found, listening and comparing to other people and like sitting down at some other streamers' setups. I don't know how you do this, those of you who stream who are watching this. If you stream and talk into a mic and do not listen to yourself, i.e., your headphones are playing the game, the sounds of your computer, whatever, other people on Discord, but you don't hear yourself talking, you're not monitoring through your own ears, how do you do your show? I feel like I'm going deaf if I can't hear myself in my own ears. But I also was a professional musician for many years, and so having my own voice in my ears feels like the right thing to do to get the tonality, the notes, the crispness, the manage my mic closeness or distance. The pop has to, everything has to be right, and I can't monitor those things or make adjustments if I don't know what I sound like. Yeah. I struggle with working vegetables in that don't really pair. Oh, with things that don't really pair with vegetables. Like if I have tacos, I'm not going to want tacos and a side of broccoli. Yeah, but like if we think about tacos in the sense of like Latin American cuisine, what could we do here? How do we make this? Can I bring this up online? Ew, no. This isn't good. I guess I mean to say is that, so I did research on this. I talked about this in another previous stream about the difference between like the Latin American diet and the Chicano diet, or like Hispanic United States diet. When you think of Mexican food and it's served in the US, either from fast food all the way up to, a lot of sit-down restaurants that serve some sort of Mexican or other south of the border cuisine, you think of it in terms of you're given some sort of carb substrate upon which is put protein and maybe some light vegetables. If you're talking about like shredded iceberg lettuce, you're probably not gleaning vegetative nutrition from that a whole heck of a lot, right? Or maybe some diced onion or something, and tomato, but not a veggie-rific meal, right? And then, you have like 20 different varieties of what's the carb substrate, how thick is it? Is it made of masa, flour, corn tortilla, or whatever happens to be? And then the sides you think of are usually like maybe like a little fluff of veggies that are kind of gross and like covered in sour cream and pico, and then rice and beans. And like that's the meal, right? And that is often the meal that is had here in the US as taught in our country about what like Mexican food should be like. And you get health problems from that lack of vegetable type of eating. Number one, a lack of folate, which comes from dark leafy greens. So if you don't have those or some other source of folate, you can have really serious health problems down the line, incredibly serious. And we see that in people who eat predominantly that type of meal. As soon as you go south of the border and look at the vegetable content in most of Latin America, though, there's lots of vegetable options. There's so much stuff that they just, I guess, don't teach Americans for some reason, or doesn't make it across the border for, I don't know, agricultural reasons. I don't know what it is, but it's a lot more of a vegetable-driven diet than I think America gives it credit for. Probably not broccoli, but, there are other stuff. Star Trek Next Generation had a whole episode about the Universal Translator. One of the best episodes of Star Trek ever made. Talking about how things are lost in translation. Oh, yeah. Not the translator per se. Translator can translate words, but it doesn't necessarily give you the context to proper names or phrases. Right. Everyone sounds different on recording. Yeah. I think because I listen through monitors so often, I'm less wigged out by it, but I prefer the sound of my voice from inside my head. When I hear it outside, I'm like, why do people like that? Why do people... And I've had some like really nice, very charitable, very makes me blush worthy compliments about my voice in the course of my life. And I thank you all for that. I appreciate that's something that I worked so hard to train on. I went to academy. I studied voice acting. I wanted to be fantastic with the voice that I was also naturally equipped with. And then, better hone it through training as well. I'm glad that it brings joy to so many people. But I could have 7 billion compliments on my voice, and I still have my own opinion of my voice as it sounds. And it's okay. There are other voices I like better than this one. I wouldn't want to hear myself all day long translating stuff. You hear your own voice through the speaker of your body? Yes. I've been told my voice is similar to Gilbert Gottfried, like his made-up character or his actual speaking voice, which I think is an insult, but he was great, so I don't mind. Honestly, there's some voices that, while people might call them brash or like loud or grating, can also be fun or energizing or demand attention. So in some ways, I think that the voice that might not have like dulcet tones can also be great in other ways. We're all just, it's just like hair. You might not want the straight hair you have or the curly hair you have, but somebody else on the other side of the spectrum is like, man, I have the hair you want. Trust me, you don't want this hair. I want your hair. So, yeah. Good tacos have vegetables. True. That's true. You can put vegetables in the taco too. I'm making tacos, pico de gallo, and hatch chilies. Nice. Sounds good. Oh yeah, guac too. The plants are now allowed water again. Whew. Good. I hope you're still watering them on Wednesdays, even though I'm not streaming that day anymore. They will soon be sending you love. Excellent. I will take all the plant love I can receive. I know it's a far trail, but we got the jet stream heading in our direction, right? Goes from west to east. Yeah. So we'll take all the plant love.
That's totally fine. It's good to be passionate about something, isn't it?
Maybe not obsessed, but yes, passionate's fine. And as long as it's not a person.
I guess. Actually, I think this all started because I went to boarding school on an island and really enjoyed my time there. The ocean reminds me of the friends I made there. I hope maybe I can see them again one day. But for the time being, I guess I'll just be collecting seashells and...
Oh, quest. Find a fish for a cat, find a dog for a girl, and find a seashell for another girl. I get it. Yep. There's another quest.
You know, that story kind of reminded me of this, but Damien is actually moving far away from here really soon. Maybe you can give him some tips on how to handle moving away to a new place.
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do right now?
Kel, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Oh, Damien is moving? Well, being away from my friends was pretty tough at first, but change is just a fact of life. It's the memories we make with them that we should cherish. You know what? I just decided something. If you see any seashells, can you bring them to me?
She's going to make me a seashell necklace. I know what's happening here. I know what's happening.
They're kind of hard to find around here, but I'll make sure it's worth it.
Oh. What are you... You'll make sure? What are you going to do? Wait, she looks like a little kid. Never mind. Look how short she is compared to us. Never mind. I lied. Pretend I'm not saying creepy things about the pixels on the screen. Okay. Well, thanks for that talk. Wait, what's on the table? These look like pies. Is it high time for pie time? Award-winning pie! I want it. I haven't had pie in so long. Don't tell Oz that I said this on stream or she's going to get... No, you know what? Last time I made one, she didn't even finish it. I need to find a way to small batch this because it's hard because there's certain things that only come in certain quantities. But I make the best key lime pie, according to everybody who's ever eaten it. I haven't had like the whole world eat it, but I have had a pretty diverse range of different palates and interests and tastes and just backgrounds of people try my key lime pie and fall in love. One person even asked how many children were required to be sacrificed to make it taste that good, because anything that blissful could only occur if sin was happening on the other side of the planet, like Utopia. The plant watering schedule is changing too. Oh, okay. Sounds good. And I also have all these other recipes that I want to make. I wish I could make them on stream. I have to figure out a way to... There will be a day when this won't be a big issue, but yeah, there are things I'd love to make like on stream in our new kitchen and make authentically my dish. Try them after making them first time, taking down notes, looking up how I can change things like, oh, this one was like too salty or it's too gooey, and then like figuring out the culinary strategies to adjust and alter. And I want like version numbers and like track all the things that I've changed. Because then maybe I can share it with all of you guys. And maybe you like version 3 better than version 6 because it turned out crispy, but you like it crispy. And so you want that version before we made changes to make it gooier. That kind of thing. I want to do that. There's a number of recipes that I want to really perfect. And they're from all over the world because that's Oz and I are world eaters. Wait, that sounds like a Marvel villain sort of thing. Like we go around consuming whole planets. Well, if my mouth would fit it. Muffin pan for mini pies? Oh, that's a good idea. That sounds delicious. Then, I don't know. My fear is if I need to make a small enough amount of the filling, really. Because we always end up throwing away half or more of the filling based on the recipe I use, because Oz just doesn't eat sweets often enough, and I'm trying to not eat sweets right now.
All-American mom. What a lovely day for a picnic. I brought my specialties, chicken pot pie, lemon pie, and of course, my world-famous apple pie. Well, that's very all-American. Phew. Making patties is hard work. But once I sink my teeth into that tender, juicy burger, it's gonna be all be worth it. I can almost taste it now. Dear, pay attention. The patties are burning. Oh, shoot. Thanks, hun. That was close. Is that term minced? Minced. I know we're talking about food, so you're going to be like, minced what? Minced curse or swear word? Minced oath. That's the word. Minced oath. You ever heard the word minced oath? No, he just said like, oh, shoot. I love this about language, and a bunch of other languages do this too. It's not just an English thing. But there's a whole category of words, and many words that cover the same like curse words. But a minced oath is like taking a swear word or cuss word, really bad word, vulgar word, and replacing most of the word except maybe the starting sound with like a different word. Or if you have homonyms, but they're written differently. Chinese has a lot of homonyms that are carried out by different characters that mean completely different things, but they have the same pronunciation. So you could just write the character that's meaningless, but everybody knows what you meant because the context you said it in. That kind of thing. And my favorite for English are how many different ways people have minced oathing against Jesus Christ. You can't say that name because that's a really bad sin and blasphemous for you to say that if you're going to yell at a curse the heavens or shake your fist at somebody and say it, or look at your kids spilling stuff all over the place and utter that name. So you have everything from cheese and crackers to Jiminy Cricket. Like all these things that are JC or CH and C, and just like a weird bevy of. This is so fun. Shoot is among the most boring of them. I used to be closely related to. Well, I'll just say it more overtly. I was married before Oz, and the family, my in-laws were all hyper religious, and as one might guess, being in the United States, that they were Protestant Christians, and they were megachurch type Protestant Christians. And what was wild to me is my ex's two brothers were full of like anger and violence and competition, full of testosterone and like wanting to like climb all the things and work out and do all the boy things and man things and cuss up a storm. But their church upbringing said, don't you dare use any of those bad words around here. But they cussed up all the time. They painted the air blue with almost every sentence. Like my friends that grew up in low-income, non-religious households. They just changed the way they pronounced the words. And so they said shit a ton, but they pronounced it shoot. They said sucks a ton, which I don't think it was a real curse word, but apparently the megachurch says don't say something sucks or don't say the person sucks. But they'd said stinks instead. They pronounced it as stinks. And just like every little word got codified, but it's like the intent, the malice, and the frequency of all those minced oaths, they were still being like, they were still speaking that stuff into existence. They were just hiding it the way they were pronouncing the words. To me, you're not cheating anything. You're not escaping anything by mispronouncing the words. You're just as vulgar.
which I didn't have a problem with. I just thought it was funny that they thought they were doing something right by using a different word, but with the same intent. Okay, so we're done there. I suppose we can go around the world and try to find seashells and a fish and a lost dog. And see what we can do. Oh yeah, I forgot that place only had its own like special music. There, Mama Durgan Mao has both wings. Good stuff. Troy was talking about the Minecrafts. Good stuff. We have a lovely Minecraft server with much love, time, and attention poured into it.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure we got to stop at Gino's Pizza and the bakery and other Oh yeah, are we gathering stuff for dinner with his brother? I just kind of remember that's like where we had left off at the end of the last stream. Now that I think about it, that might be it. Okay, Gino's Pizza and the bakery. Lead the way, Damien.
Okay, we can actually do those things. We don't have to go side quest a million ways, but all the scooters are there. I feel like we're gonna run into Aubrey. School principal. As I was saying, can you believe? And her, then. Okay. Red glasses lady. Are those supposed to be glasses? I just thought she was blushing.
That was like the time yeah. And then, honestly, I think that, yes, definitely.
Okay, somebody's having a private conversation over here. I don't know why they even let me like run up and chat with them in the first place. Sleek silver scooter. Neat. Okay. Yeah, those scooter kids. They got to be around here. Are they in the hobbies building? Oh yeah, this has got to be them. That's Aubrey over there in the pink, isn't it?
Hey, Damien, I just remembered something. Do you remember when we were kids? Me and you used to sneak out of the house to go to hobbies in the middle of the night?
Wait, is this place open in the middle of the night? Doesn't seem smart.
We could never get up for school on time the next morning, and Hiro and Mari would always ask why we looked so tired. I'm sure they suspected something, but I'm glad they never told our moms. We were pretty adventurous back then, huh?
Why do I feel like Kel wanted to do it, and so he got Omori out? Or Lil D?
This place is kind of small, but it has a lot of old and rare collectibles. People even come all the way from the city to shop here.
Neat. Hey, nerd.
Yo, champs, just going on a whim here, but would you be interested in buying off my last
Pit Rock? Kel already has his, though.
They usually go for $25, but you seem like just the right guy for this one. So I'll let it go for $10. What do you say?
Sure. Maybe we'll give somebody else a pet rock?
Excellent. You and your new pet rock are a good match. Take good care of it.
You got a pet rock.
Whoa. Hold on a sec, Damien.
Is that a pet rock you just bought? Yeah.
Wow. I don't believe it. This is really strange since we haven't played since we were kids. But it just so happens that I have mine too.
I know. I put your inventory together, my dude.
Right here.
Yeah, we're gonna be pet rock buddies. We're gonna make them touch. Then we're gonna look fiercely into each other's eyes, and the rocks are gonna be touching, and our gazes are gonna be touching. I don't know.
Such a weird coincidence, huh?
I'm just in a weird mood tonight.
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we battle with our pet rocks?
Oh, battle. Oh, is that what you kids call it these days?
You still remember how to play, right?
Whoa, you better teach me.
Don't worry. Even if you don't, it's really easy to catch on. You'll get it in no time.
Now let's clash. Wait, why did I say no? And are you ready to clash? Wait, shouldn't it say, are you ready to rock? Pet rocks. Oh, we're just doing rock, paper, scissors? Okay. Paper. Why do I only have 3 hearts? Do I win? Oh. Okay. Scissors. Oh man, we lost. How do you win this? This is the thing is rock, paper, scissors is a game you win by playing it with somebody. And then you like learn about them as you play. You can't do that with a game. He's got no expression. I can't like read his mind. I'm gonna go rock. Best I can do is try to assess combos. Is he just always gonna pick rock? Oh my god, he just always picks rock. There's no way. We just keep picking paper until we win. We just keep picking paper until we win. Oh my gosh. So lame. He's literally just always gonna pick rock. Oh, shoot, I lost. Isn't this like, wasn't that a Simpsons meme? Like Lisa was like, oh, poor Bart always picks rock. So predictable or something like that. And Bart's like, good old rock, nothing beats that. But he is Pluto. Oh, that was Pluto, wasn't it? Why would Pluto always just pick? I guess he is kind of a himbo. Yeah. I mean, even himbos, you got, it's a game with 3 choices. You just got choice. Pluto is a rock. Pluto's so much more than a rock. Pluto's a dwarf planet. Does Pluto have a core underneath that rock? Is there something, would it be molten? Is there enough gravitational force that the inside of Pluto is hot? Just curious, because it's really, really far away from the sun. That kind of makes you wonder, for every planet that's far enough away from the sun that they would be cold, could you do something with like thermal, I don't know if you call it geothermal if it's not on Earth, but like that planet's thermal energy, if you could somehow get to the hotter mantle and core and all that sort of stuff, could you extract heat? Could you make that happen? I'm so curious about, especially isn't it Europa, the moon that has actually like liquid oceans? It's not water. I think at the distance from the sun it is. It's like liquid methane or something like that. But it's like a liquid substrate. I'm really curious if liquid is part of what might help the chemical soup occur that could create life, right? Because then you have things that are in motion, the way fluid moves versus, a gas giant or just like a raw dry surface would be very different as far as like getting commingling of different components together so that pieces are made. I need to spend a little bit of time doing this. Maybe I'll use ChatGPT to help me out with this. Or maybe I can just research it without having to use generative AI in this particular regard. But I've been interested in evolution and taxonomy because I feel like some of that stuff has changed in our knowledge and understanding of it since I was in school. Like we didn't have the full genome completely mapped out while I was like learning my earth sciences, and now it's so trivial to get genetic information about an animal completely mapped out, right? It's far less of a crazy project. And because of genetics, we're learning different ties and different ancestries with the animal kingdom and plant kingdoms than we first imagined based on whatever methods we used to have before. And one of my favorite things that I've learned about evolution that I didn't know before, although I think this is older than, I don't think I ever learned it, is I love how certain traits in certain animals evolve separate from each other. For example, spiders who weave a web, like the kind of web that hangs from a tree and catches a fly passing by because it's like a big net between tree branches. That was evolved by separate lines of spider, i.e., spiders diverged and spread out around the world and were not like orb or net sort of weavers. And then that evolved in different areas of the world as a tactic to catch prey without having a common ancestor that also did that too. So it emerged as a great tactic in many different parts of the world. That's pretty badass. And another one I recently learned is caffeine is the same. So all the different caffeine infused plants in the world were looking for some sort of chemical structure to give them a little bit of an advantage. I don't know about looking for, but you know what I mean. It's evolutionary advantage that works with the ATP cycle, the Krebs cycle. And caffeine is like a good covalent or replacement with adenosine, I think it is, or something, adenine. And so it ended up working really well in two different ways. Way number one is because it's an energy replacement that it gives plants energy the way it gives people energy. So it's enervating. And the other thing of it is that it's a poison that is good against your enemies. So if you are a plant and you start evolving caffeine, and again, this was happening in multiple places around the world, South Africa and West Africa, Southeast Asia, South America, various different places have a plant that has caffeine in it that were completely unrelated to the other caffeine having plants as well, and like where they developed and all that sort of stuff. But so they have to also evolve an immunity to the poison part of caffeine, or the plant will die. It will kill itself because of its caffeine content. So that's also kind of weird. It has to be immune to caffeine to have caffeine. And because it's such a bad poison, what it does is it beats out all of its competitors around it, the other plants, because the plant waste gets in the soil and makes the soil caffeinated, and other plants die, and there's more room for the caffeinated plant to continue to grow. And insects eating caffeinated plants have the same effect that people do, except when an insect's eating a plant leaf, it gets way too much caffeine and just dies. It goes into spasms and gets shaky and everything, like Fry in that one episode of 100 Cups of Coffee, but then it dies at the end of all of that. Yeah. And people probably would too. If you imagine if you were crawling on a leaf that made you the size of a bug and you ate that much caffeine, you ate a leaf's worth of caffeine, and the leaf was the size of a room, you would probably just, your heart would pump like crazy. You'd start shaking and you'd just collapse. All right.
Oh, shoot, I lost. I guess I'm pretty rusty. That's okay. You were always the one who was good at video games anyway.
I literally just kept selecting paper once I figured out you weren't going to do anything else.
I guess you're the same old Damien after all. I know it's been a while, so let me give you a refresher.
Wait. Oh no, they messed up this part of the dialogue. Because he was just like, when I said I didn't remember the rules of the game, he's like, that's all right, you'll pick it up real fast. And then we just started playing. Like, it was just going to ignore me. But here's the dialogue that was supposed to go there. This game's been out a couple years. I'm surprised nobody bug reported this.
I know it's been a while, so let me give you a refresher. Pet Rocks is a game where you and your pets team up and battle or clash. If you wear your pet rock as a charm, you can find other players with pet rocks and challenge them. From what I hear, the reigning champ lives somewhere around here, but no one knows what they look like. Kind of mysterious, huh? Who knows? Maybe we'll get to meet them one day.
Okay, I'll wear the thing. This better not make me worse at combat. Where's my pet rock? The most loyal rock. It looks like a Tamagotchi. Hey, look at that. There's a pet rock player right in this room. Maybe you pick more than just paper. Okay, you already said that.
Oh, I see you have a pet rock. Did you want to clash? Okay, I've been training my tomato girl since I was a kid.
Wait, what?
I won't lose to you.
Are you ready to clash? It's fun. Oh, yep, that's a tomato. Tomatoes get the fist. Oh, it's fist and fist. Uh-oh. Don't tell me I have to pick paper again over and over and over again. Please be more cool than Kel. Uh-oh. I picked paper. Oh, don't make it so all I have to do is pick paper. No way.
Aw, darn. It's okay, tomato girl. It's not your fault. You tried your best.
Okay. So help me if I have to run around and just do paper to everybody. It'd be funny. It'd be a cute running gag.
I work at the candy store, but I like to come here on breaks. There's always something new to look at, so I'm never bored.
Yep. All right, you two. What's going on? Oh,
They were never there.
I waited to the end to talk to those two, and they were never there. A new video game called Super Ultra Sprout Mole Eater Revenge of the Moles 3. All right, well, that's a new interesting mini game sort of thing we got going on. Weren't you gonna go?
Thanks to all these donations, looks like I'll finally be able to leave the city or leave for the city tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay, come on. First we go to Gino's. Oh no, are those the cool kids?
That's them.
That's them. I'm pretty sure.
Dino's Pizza's the bomb. This is one disgusting, dirty, greasy looking cheese pizza.
Just the way I like it. Let's take it.
So, we're still on to go to our secret hangout spot today, right? I'm gonna bring my fishing pole.
Fish. I need fish for a cat.
Me to myself. Out of a cool stick and a jump rope yesterday. Do you think it will work, Charlie? ... So we're going to our secret hangout spot. That's a perfect date spot. I'll be sure to bring one of my special ladies.
Gross. Swimming. Sounds pretty fun.
Well, while you're all fooling around being babies, I'm gonna be busy skipping rocks.
Why do they all want to eat like between words? I mean, I know that pizza looks good, but like, can't you just stop eating to talk for a second? That's supposed to be rude.
I've been looking for the perfect rocks all week. You can try all you want, Kim, but you'll never beat Aubrey's record. Shut up, Mikhail. Like any of the girls would actually wanna go to the lake with you without you paying them. I told you to call me the Maverick. I bet my tongue. What a loser. Master, are you hurt? You pay for this, Kim.
Wow, that's a lot. Kindly seat yourself. Let's talk to some normal patrons first before we go bothering the gangsters over there. My wife keeps telling me that I'm getting chubbier and tubbier, but I just can't help myself when we live so close to Gino's Pizza. I really shouldn't get anything, though. Last night, my wife smelled pepperoni in my breath and got really mad. Maybe you should. Whatever. I'm not here to give relationship advice to pixels.
Oh my gosh. My crush is sitting right there.
What do I do? What do I do? Breathe, BB.
You gotta be cool.
Is it this person? Like right here, right here? Fashionable mom. Oh, it's not. Oh, are you crushing on one of the gangsters?
My older daughter's coming home tonight from college. I'm sure she'll have lots of tips about what's hip and cool these days.
Oh, I can't wait to catch up with her. So you can know what's cool? Like, why is that the draw? Are you just happy to be with family?
Hello and welcome to Dino's Pizza. What can I get for you?
Oh yeah.
Hiya, I'm here to pick up an order. I see. What would you like? Oh, I know.
Would you like pizza? Nom.
I think my mom phoned in an order for a hero sandwich this morning. I'm just here to pick it up.
Do you call them? I gotta know. Everybody in chat. This is a test. No, it's not a test. But I want to know. Do you say sub, hoagie, hero? Are there any other language or any other choices besides those? Sub, hoagie, hero.
There might be one more.
I feel like there's one more that I'm forgetting. What do you say? Hang on, let me do a thing.
Oh, I see. You're the family that keeps ordering sandwiches.
I mean, sandwiches is good.
Sub instead of pizza.
Well, why do you have it on your menu?
But it's on the menu, isn't it?
Thank you, Kel, being the voice of reason. But only because I grew up around Subway. Hoagie was what I heard at home sometimes. Yeah, I guess maybe Subway, because they're like a national chain, right? Was a lot of people's exposure to having that sandwich. It's called Subway. The stuff that they have on their menu are called subs. It says it on the menu board. So it'd be pretty weird to go to one and look up there, see the listing, right? Like Italian sub, and then say, I'd like the Italian hoagie, please. It's like going to a Starbucks, reading the menu and saying, I'd like a medium latte. You saw the sizes. You saw it said grande. You read it, and then you called it a medium. So you're just trying to be an asshole. Did I ever tell you guys about the guy I used to try to piss off at Starbucks? Because I would pretend like I didn't know what he was talking about. The secret menu guy. I'll tell that story. I will. I'll say it again for anybody who's new. Doesn't Domino's have sandwiches or something? Maybe. I mean, if you have sandwiches on the menu, somebody in corporate devised a strategy, a recipe, and believes that people order them enough to keep them on the menu. And especially for companies that have been around as long as Domino's and Pizza Hut and that sort of thing. Like, they've been around for a hot minute. If they have a sandwich, it's because people are ordering it enough to keep it there and keep the ingredients in store and keep the employees making them. Yeah. Pizza Hut did too for a bit. Sub, I suppose, I usually just go with sandwich. In school, we used to have ham and cheese on a hoagie. That was the name on the menu. Interesting. I'd say ham and cheese on a hoagie? That's interesting. It kind of like implies that like the bread is called a hoagie. Sort of by the wording.
Yeah, you're right. I guess so.
Okay, I'll go get it. Okay. I mean, if it's already gotten, why are we arguing? It sounded like we had to convince him in order for him to go get the order.
You know, I don't know if I ever told you this, but that's why my brother's nickname is Hero.
Wait, nickname? Wait, you're blowing my mind here, little boy. What's going on here?
You'd think it's because of some really cool reason, like he saved a puppy when he was a kid or something. But no, he just really likes sandwiches.
Oh, God. So, if he was in another way, if he was in another part of the country, would they call him Sub? Sorry, he's a kid. I shouldn't joke like that. Or should I? He's just Pixels. We go to Scooters for coffee and order the Caramelicious. That sounds tasty. Except my husband is a dork and likes to order them as 2 Carameliciouses. Wait, how many ziz? Carameliciouses. Yeah, okay. They laugh, so I guess it's worth it to inject some laughs. I say some pretty dumb things that I don't think are funny at all. But there's like a classification. I usually don't like do puns or twists on words, but there's like a certain type of humor that I partake in that I don't particularly enjoy. Like I wouldn't want other people telling me this kind of joke or humor. I can't think of a good example right now. But it happens to be like every once in a while, I'll say something in that vein. It's like just above pun. They're like clever word twists or referential or something, or just like degenerate stuff, but like on kind of just a basic, like low pitch, sort of low hanging fruit. And I'll just say it. I'll just spit them out. It doesn't matter who's around. We're by workers or whatever, public place, around strangers. I'll just say it because 1 out of 100 times somebody will belly laugh or like guffaw or just like really like lose their shit. And that makes it kind of worth it. I don't want to be known as like a jokester sort of guy. I'm not like a big joke telling person, and I suck at telling memorized jokes. Like if there's a story, like all right, so then the priest goes into the bar and like those type of jokes I'm horrible at. Horrible. So much so one of my coworkers at one of my jobs called me Marlin, the Nemo's dad, who couldn't tell that joke in Finding Nemo, that one joke. He would nickname me that just because I was so bad at joke telling. Yeah. I don't think I order anything. Oh, right. I was going to tell the puppuccino joke. So, or not joke, the guy. So there's this dude. He knew Rebecca Black, for those of you who know who the Friday girl Rebecca Black is. He knew her family. I think he was like their mechanic or something like that, or their HVAC guy, or he was a service dude for them in some sort of way. And he'd always come to my cafe with a little white puppy that he'd leave, or he'd go outside to drink his drink. And his drink was always like stupid. He was really germophobic. And he's ordering like food prepped, or not food, but like drinks prepped in like a live cafe setting. Like milk gets spilled and there's like sticky stuff everywhere, and people like rub their hands on their aprons before starting the next drink. Like it's just not. And so he always used to ask like, I want my drink made this way. I want this many pumps of this. I want an extra swirl of this. And I want it. I don't want you to use any of your regular utensils for like the milk or for like stirring and everything. I need you to grab a straw, not a stopper, not a stir stick, but a straw, and stir it with that. And one time somebody asked him why a straw, and he was like, because it's the only thing behind the counter that is covered in protection, the paper wrapper on the straw. It's like those stir sticks aren't covered, those stoppers aren't covered, so airborne things just land on them. Like, okay, wow, we are serving your drink at like 180 degrees Fahrenheit, so there's the part where hopefully those germs that you think are airborne in your drink are getting killed. Whatever. Anyway, I would often take his order, and at the end of him ordering his incredibly complex laundry list of things, which I already knew, like when he's walking in the front door, whoever's running bar is already making his drink. That's how like well rehearsed this like 10-step drink for this one old dude is. It's just so frou-frou and dumb for this guy. And then after he'd order his drink, which was, you know, halfway made by the time he finished spitting it all out, then he would ask for something for the dog, which is not canon. There's no hidden menu or secret menu. And the only way you would ever make something off menu that wasn't like a built-in recipe of maybe something that was decommissioned recently off the menu is if the person behind or person on the other side of the counter could tell you the steps on how to make it. And we'd ask that, you know, we'd say policy. In fact, there's policy to say there is no secret menu, but if you tell me how to build it, I will build anything you want for you and I'll make it for you. So it's like, okay. So making drinks for somebody is really just a matter of, and this is true for bartending too. If you call it something funny and the bartender doesn't know what it is, they look it up in the bartender's Bible and they don't see that word, but you can explain it to them. Okay, so it's, you know, one shot of this and then you layer a shot of this on top and then you add this cream. Like if you can explain the process, then you're fine. You'll get your drink, right? If you can't explain it and they can't find it, then you're kind of screwed. But this guy would come in all the time and order a puppuccino. And a puppuccino is a bunch of free shit that shouldn't be free because they all have material costs. He wanted an oatmeal cup, which, you know, it's pennies to mass produce these oatmeal cups, but it's one of the thicker like paper products at the store. So like it's not like 1 penny thing, but you know, a few cents for little oatmeal cup. Then you fill it with a little bit of ice and then you spray a bunch of whipped cream on top of that and dogs love it. I don't remember if there's like a third or fourth step or whatever. It might literally just be like ice and whipped cream in a cup for his little toy white dog. And I love this because I think now that I look back on it, I think it was a narcissist. Narcissists are always like this. They have like no concept of who other people are outside of their own heads, what they know, what they memorized, any track record of anything about anybody external to themselves. Every time we'd walk in and order the puppuccino, I'd say, "I'm sorry, sir, what? Oh, we don't have that on our menu, but I'm happy to make anything if you can explain to me the steps to make it." And I would say this every fucking time he came in. He was a regular. So at some point, I was waiting for the jig to be up and for him to go, "Oh, you know, you're just fucking with me. You know, I come in here all the time and you know how to make the thing I'm calling a puppuccino. Just make it." But he would do the same thing every time because I think he either had bad memory or was a narcissist or just like honestly wasn't tracking me that well. For whatever reason, he would forget and we'd do the same song and dance every time. And I loved inconveniencing him because he was just such an asshole to everybody. So I would say, "Oh, that's not on our menu, sir. But if you show me the steps to make it, I'd be happy to make that for you." Every single time. And every single time he'd turn behind him to look at the people sitting in the lobby and be like, "This guy doesn't know what a puppuccino is." I loved making him do that. He was trying to put me on blast, but he didn't realize I was puppeteering him to do the same song and dance with me every single time he came in. And then he'd have to sit there and explain, "First you grab an oatmeal cup," and just go through the list on how to build it. And it was my one little pleasure at that store was fucking with that guy. Another one of my friends did this with a sausage breakfast sandwich. Somebody used to order one through the drive-thru, and this guy, it wasn't me, but you know, similar mentality. He would repeat back, "All right, one sausage, yum yum. Anything else for you today?" And he conditioned the guy to call it a sausage yum yum, even though there is no such thing on the menu. And I don't know that we ever saw anything come to fruition that was funny, but I think the expectation was he was hoping that that guy would go to some other Starbucks one day, try to order that, and be corrected. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. What's a yum yum? What do you mean by that? You know, the sandwich. Oh, yeah, we don't call it that. And just, I don't know. That one was not as funny as my puppuccino joke or story. Our Chihuahua has been offered pup cups, but we have to decline. I tell them we appreciate it, but she's 4 pounds. It would make her heart explode. Oh, yeah. Just, yeah, too much all at once, I imagine. Okay. Here's my hero sandwich. So wait, what's Kel's brother? Don't tell me this. I don't want to know. But eventually, I expect to learn his brother's actual name. Please enjoy. You got Kel's pizza order. It's quotes. Pizza. She would die so happy though. I mean, yeah, there are certain foods that I think I could eat until I exploded, and that would be a fun way to die. But I got stuff I want to do before then.
Cool, thanks. All right, we're good to go now, Damien. I'm ready when you are.
I still want to talk to these ruffians.
Now we just need to get the cookies from the bakery in Other Mart.
First, I also see a pet rock dude up here. Can we talk to you real quick?
I'm right. I take pride in being a musical connoisseur of sorts. Whoa, you have a pet rock too? I just got into pet rocks not too long ago. Mine is still in its beginning stages, but I'm sure it'll be powerful someday. Do you want to clash?
Sweet. Come on, buddy.
Let's work together.
This is so funny. The splash screen. It's not even the game. Like, this is the game. How much you want to bet you just pick paper? You know, I'd be so surprised at this point if it's not just pick paper the whole time. Show me a rock. Oh, we picked a paper. We actually picked a paper. I'm so confused now. I'm not quite sure what to do. Oh no, it's switching. Oh, this is going to be tricky. He's going to pick rock next, I feel. Oh no. He's vacillating between the two. If he picks scissors again now, then maybe I'll beat him. Is this an unbeatable character? Ether. What's going on? I'm just trying to... Oh, no. I'm just losing it. Rock, paper, scissors here. How's your weekend look? Oh, I'm going to die. Oh, I died. Wait. I think I only took 2 hits. Oh, man. This guy totally trashed me.
Wow, we won. I really didn't expect that.
But a win's a win. Yeah, okay. Oh, you could still challenge him? I'll do one more. Yes, I want to clash. Now I'm kind of curious. I remember the first 2 picks. Could you counter pick him? Or do they change? Like, could you just memorize the sequence of somebody's picks? No, you can't. So this is going to be different. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think the combo makes you stronger. The ×2. So if I hit him again, I'll do 2 hearts damage. Oh, damn, that didn't happen. Come on, buddy. Oh yeah. It's getting down to the wire. Yeah, now I feel like I'm just kind of rough guessing because I have no idea. There's no way to tell. How do you decipher from here where to go next? Cool. Yeah, that was just luck.
Darn. Your pet rock is pretty strong. I guess me and Bunny still have a way to go before we catch up to you.
We're 1-1. That's weird. And there's what, like no more chance to go again? Interesting. So you beat a pet rock person, you cannot play them again. Not that I mean, it's not really a captivating game, so I'm fine not playing it a lot, but never messed around with Pet Rock thing, really. Yeah, I feel like it feels like Final Fantasy's Triple Triad, but a lot less satisfying. Even the Triple Triad games kind of like, there's so many choices that are like right to do at any given time. Like you don't have too many options, what I guess mean to say. Like there's often a most right choice, and if you don't do that, you kind of, I don't like, why are you playing the game? The real game for games like Triple Triad is like finding the cards and collecting them. I never did a lot of this stuff either. Okay. Dang it. I'm trying to fix this old arcade machine, but I'm missing a rare and important piece. Sounds like another side quest. It looks like it was just bitten off right here. I wonder where it could be. Oh God, did somebody eat your piece there?
Ew, it's a nerd. Leave us alone. We got no business with you today.
Wow, yeah. These guys are hostile. I don't know. I feel like there's something to be said about simplicity. I would prefer basically just rock, paper, scissors over something like Caravan from New Vegas. I do feel like there are some games that are simple, that are fun. I watched a game where people had their like pegs and slots in a grid, and both people had one pawn on their side of the square with a grid. It's kind of like a chessboard looking grid, but your character pegged into, I guess they were pegs. Maybe it wasn't even pegs. Maybe it was just like you moved them across squares, and your objective was to get your pawn to the other person's side. It's just like run across the way to the goal. And the only way that there was an actual game involved with that is you had a bunch of playing pieces that were not pawns or other characters. They were like little bits of wall, and you could apply them between the squares, like along the edges of the squares. And so you could build walls so that your opponent had to take a longer path to walk to your side. But every wall you make is also a wall that affects your pawn. So you have to be mindful, where are you trying to walk? Where are they trying to walk? And every turn that you had, you could either move your pawn or place a wall, but you couldn't do both. So if you're deciding to be a builder, your character's not moving. If you decide to move your character, you're not building, and the other person might be. So really simple. You know, the only thing, your only choices were build a wall, move your dude. But it looked like such an interesting, complex game. It also, unfortunately, looks like the sort of game where if one person gets it and the other person doesn't, there's no chance for upset. I feel like there are a few board games, especially like that, where if it resonates with one person, or they're just like smarter or more developed in that particular skill set, it is not fun to play. It's not fun to watch when somebody just gets trounced by somebody else that just completely knows the strategy. I like to see games that feel a little bit more fair. That sounds like fun. Not as fun as Connect 4 though. See, Connect 4 is one of those games where I feel like even unskilled people could sometimes like get lucky. Because there are certain conditions where you could drop a piece and then you'll win one of two ways. And so your opponent has nothing they can do but lose, right? They don't stop you, they lose. They stop you and they set you up to win somewhere else or something like that. And sometimes you can get that kind of condition by accident, even as a novice player. So Connect 4 is a fun game like that. It's an equalizer. I like that. Even little kids can play with people and get a win. And also they make some Connect 4 like really big. Have you ever seen the lawn game Connect 4s? Those are just fun because they're big. What does that mean? Damien and Kel, what are you doing here? Don't you know it's rude to bother people while they're eating? Who said we were bothering? We're just trying to talk to people. Pizza. Oh no, I pressed it again. Poop. I didn't mean make him talk twice. Oh, there's so many munches. Okay, don't talk to that guy again.
Hello.
Oh, well, you're actually being civil.
My tongue.
And Aubrey, are we talking? Last I saw her, we got into a big epic fight. Aubrey is not talking to us. All right, bye. I don't know, for an unskilled person to beat a skilled person at Connect 4, skilled person either has to be kind of tired or get tunnel vision and really focus on one specific play they want to work. Maybe tunnel vision. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's an equalizer so that a skilled person loses to a novice, but I don't feel like a lot of people work to get skilled at that game either, though. Like, oh, Connect 4, it's been years. Yeah, I kind of remember how to play. And then maybe they still get beat by a new person because they're casual. I think that's what it is that most people are anywhere from novice to casual. And it's not too hard to imagine a scenario where either side may win. But yeah, you're right. If you were to pursue Connect 4 at a skilled level, you'd probably beat anybody else who wasn't. Okay, do we go in there or do we go... Looks like the Fix-It shop might be open. And who's this guy over here? Well, let's talk to Orange Dude again. You literally just sell orange juice. That's fine. I don't lose the Connect 4 very often. My Connect 4 record is currently 375-14. That is crazy to me. And here's the reason why that's crazy. Not that it's crazy that you're good at a game. That's cool. I appreciate when people, work to excel and learn something very, very well. What's crazy to me is that there exists a person who would lose at that, or maybe multiple people, maybe it's a cohort of people who would agree to lose to you that many times at a game that you're well skilled at. Oz's brother is particularly great at Mario Kart games. And I think collectively, most of the people that he knew decided they were not going to play that game with him. Because when you play a game that is fun if there's a chance to win, and maybe not fun when you feel like there isn't a chance, I feel like you're disincentivized from playing that game. I felt that one of the reasons why I stopped, I was a hardcore League of Legends player for many, many years, for many seasons. And I think one of the reasons why I stopped playing the game, it wasn't the community, it wasn't the toxicity. I could honestly manage those kind of things. I don't mind when people get spicy with me. I just like, they're internet anonymous people on the other side of their own keyboards. Like, who cares what they say or type or whatever. But games, most MOBA games are like this. There comes a point in most of those games where the upset chance, the risk of one side losing gets gets smaller at a significantly faster and faster rate. In other words, like a momentum or whatever. And if in MOBAs, when one side got enough momentum, that's like, this is pretty much a pretty sure win. These guys are probably going to do it. But one of two things happened in the game. Either the game really favored the downtrodden, the underdog, and gave them big boosts so that there was suddenly a big risk of upset. So you do really, really well in the game. You work so hard to be able to trounce your enemies, and then your enemies step in and they get a special buff or something's going on, and the two of you are suddenly clashing on more even footing again. You have to be much more careful because it's not the big trouncing that you thought it was going to be. If that was a guarantee, not a guarantee, but if there's a chance that happened more often, or the other thing is, in games where one side is guaranteed to win by the momentum that they've gathered, if you could just like hurry up and win, then that would kind of be fine too, right? Like, oh no, it looks like so-and-so has all the resources. Oh, it looks like in the next 1 minute, they're going to wrap up and we're all going to be putting this game aside and go do something else with our lives. But the problem with MOBAs, and this is the same thing with Monopoly, and this is why so many people hate Monopoly. This is why I hate Monopoly, is you play the game, somebody gains the momentum, the chance of upset is almost non-existent. And then you have to keep playing the game. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. You get up and leave if you want. You can just say, I don't want to do this anymore. But there are so many games in this category where losing is practically inevitable and the winner just gets to sit there and like dump on everybody for the next 15 minutes or something. Nobody wants to sit through that, right? That's rage inducing. That's what causes people to stand up and flip the table and be like, I'm done with it. And it's not necessarily the player's fault or anybody in the game. It's the way the game's designed, that you have this momentum-based situation. Everybody steps in and grits their teeth and slowly loses. That's awful. That's garbage. I don't like playing games like that. I had to give up every game that has that like slow loss mechanic. It's just it's like despair mechanics. Well, I mean, when you got finished with your schoolwork early back in school, there was nothing else really to do but play Connect 4. I mean, I didn't do that, but that's cool. If you were that down for Connect 4, good stuff. That, or you play Dungeons and Dragons or read. I guess it would be different with laptops and phones nowadays. Well, I mean, even back in the day, you had the option to do sports with your friends or whatever. That's what I did when I was off school most of the time. My friends would cycle through different sports or hobbies. So we were street hockey players for a while. We were basketball players for a while. We did tennis for a while. We were into RC cars, but not like a toy store RC cars, but like the ones you'd get at hobby shops where you like built them up and you bought like an expensive battery and you had an expensive remote control and like the outer shell, you'd like do special paints and stuff with it and everything. And it was all like modified and you buy the special tires and everything. It's like, I don't know, maybe like $200 worth of goods at one point or at some point. I don't even know how I ended up getting all that money. Back then, $200 would have been like an impossibility. I think if I got saucy with you, you'd just get confused. I haven't played Connect 4 in 4.5 years. Last time I played was with my father before he passed. Aw. Was that a nice memory to have? Sort of like a game that you really loved growing up and kind of like an end cap to that story. I think that would be pretty cool. It was something to do during classrooms when you got all your work finished back in school. I kind of got all my work finished in like 10 to 20 minutes. I was one of those kids too. Yeah, for sure. You know, the stuff that was supposed to take you the entire class period and some of the next ones. So most of my time spent during class, I was just reading or playing Connect 4. I'm trying to think what I did in classrooms if I had the opportunity to do so. Like, what was I up to? What were we doing in the meantime when everybody else was still maybe working on their stuff? Sometimes I think I would read. I would draw. There was a computer class that I had where we snuck games on the machines, me and a couple of my friends, and they weren't supposed to be there. And at one point, they all got deleted, and we reinstalled them with a more sneaky file location, and they stayed for the rest of the semester. They never found them again, or the rest of the school year. And that was a pretty hard class to get away with having a game on there, because the teacher would come by and like look at everybody's screens and see how you were doing. So we needed to get like really good about playing the game and keeping an eye on where she was in the classroom. If she was like up at the front or like working on paperwork or whatever, or helping another student, like then we were all back to playing again. But as soon as she started to like walk around the classroom and like look for people to help, everybody had to like switch their screens real fast so that she wouldn't see what was going on. I wasn't always a good kid. Yeah. I remember playing Dungeons and Dragons at lunch. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's nerdy, but that's cool. I didn't know anybody who did that kind of stuff at my school, especially not at school. Good stuff. Okay, who are you and why do you look so frazzled? Messy hair man. Why has everybody got to be like described by their features?
Yesterday, while I was eating a banana, I found a cool overgrown lake area just behind the park. But soon after, a bunch of hooligans on scooters rolled in and kicked me out. Wait, overgrown, behind the park. Did you say that right? And to make matters worse, they even threw away my banana. I can't let a bunch of kids boss me around. I'm an adult now. A young adult, at least. So he said, yesterday I was eating banana, found a cool overgrown lake area just behind the park. That's got to be their secret hideout. An overgrown lake area. Yeah, got to be. Oh, man, he's going to do the whole script again. You know, adults can let kids boss. I mean, you shouldn't let the kids boss you around, but the fact is, some kids, especially in their teens, they got the hormones and the growth spurts and everything. They can get away with, you know, being physical with adults sometimes and overpower, especially, you know, some adults that are working white collar jobs and sedentary lifestyle and everything. It's like, don't discount a young person just because they're young and you think, well, I'm older and wiser. They might be stronger and full of hormones and emotions. I did Dungeons and Dragons at lunch, and also I ran an after-school club for it. Oh, cool. But I mean, honestly, the budgeting for education in Washington was pretty massive, so they had the resources for it. Oh, that's nice. That's really awesome, actually. I also ran D&D club for the library, and that's how I got my volunteer hours. Wait, you had to do volunteer hours? Or what was the volunteer hours for? Was that like for college admissions? That you wanted to be able to say you had volunteer experience for something? Playing D&D for some younger kids, I got my volunteer hours and had fun. That's really cool. How much younger? Like, what was the age gap between you and them? That sounds fun. My friend has boys who are around a good age to like really get into pen and paper RPGs. I'll have to ask him and see if he's if they're growing up that way, or because I know he was that way when he was young. Welcome to Fix It, where you can buy stuff and fix it yourself. What can I interest you in? Maybe flowers for important people. Sure, let's get some flowers. Yeah. Okay. For important people, are they, can we equip them or no? I don't think they'd be a weapon. Kel would pretty much only ever use basketball. Yeah. So it's not an equip thing. No snacks, no toys. Just there. What I, oh, hello? The streamer of Oz. 13 to 16 for the most part. One was 11. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna guess they're probably for Mari. Hi, Goblin Raiders. Welcome on in. How we all doing tonight? How is your weekend looking? Also, big shout out to the streamer of Oz for sending Gobbo Raid our direction.
All of it, and you get hair in your mouth, Luna. You get hair all up in your mouth.
I want you inside me, mother.
Ew.
That was adorable ew.
That was the best ew. I need that as a soundbite. Ew.
Yes.
Yes, hold on.
Yes, please.
Give me a countdown.
3, 2, 1.
I cannot believe that the clip ends before that. Well, I mean, we already heard the first ew. That ew is so iconic that the first time I heard it in the clip, I thought somebody was pressing a soundboard button. I absolutely did. that it's become part of our cultural heritage now. So how are we liking Silk Song? Oh, I like your emoji kit. It's a little bit menacing. Wait, is this a job? Can we still work here?
Yo, kid, I see you staring at the Help Wanted poster. You interested in a quick job?
Your job isn't that quick. But I am low on funds. Yeah, let's do it.
That's awesome, kid. I'll help you get started. Oh, you're taking this job, Damien? In that case, I'll come back for you later.
Here we go again.
Work hard, okay?
Okay, bye, Kel. You're gonna go leave your friend alone on my second to last day in town.
All right, kid. Take a good look at those shelves behind you, and you probably notice that everything's a big jumbled mess. You'd think it with the side above the shelf it'd be obvious where to put things, but people just don't give a crap these days. I hate working retail.
Me too, kid. Me too.
Anyway, the sign above the shelf shows what products should be on display. Your job is to move everything back to its rightful place. Got it? I'm counting on you, kid.
Yeah. I know how this goes. I was gonna start with something. Grab the hammer. Put it on the hammer shelf. Yeah. Grab the drill. Put the drill on the drill shelf. Why is the drill a different color? That's rude. Grab the shovel. Shovel go. This is just, I don't know. You just get in the flow, and it's just how it do. The world slowly comes together in peace and happiness. Another shovel. I don't know why this is so soothing. It just is. More tape. Also the music. This has got to be, yeah. It's just one of those things. They knew this was going to work. They knew this was going to be largely appealing. And they implemented it. They gave you pleasant music. Nice small little area to hang out in. Anybody see all the Saw movies? I did. I dated somebody who thought Saw was so good. They got the box set, and then they thought, it's so good, and Dee's so into horror, he's gonna love watching all of these Saw movies back to back to back to back, all in one day. It was a... what did I just pick up? It was a nice day and all. Oh, a hammer. Not paying attention to my own story. It's a nice day and all. We had a good time hanging out, I guess, but the movies were... I don't know, I feel like... They get so much attention for being so low effort. What did I just grab? A wrench? Yeah, I thought, I already did this. We know the gimmick. There's probably no reason to play this again. But it is pretty easy money. I thought maybe if I played it twice that it would give me like a different difficulty or a different task entirely. Turns out it's basically the same. Or it seems exactly the same. That's fine. Money's money. It's probably not the shortest of the mini games to get money from. Takes a little extra time. But it's fine. Need that. So... I think the thing of it is that I just am so bored of violence. And I mean that in the most unhealthy way possible. Violence should never be boring. It should always, you know, create some sort of visceral emotion in people if you're healthy and you haven't been overexposed to it. But I have. That's my trauma to carry with me. Seen so many like real life snuff and awful things happen, terrorist recordings, things that they do to people, gangs who catch somebody who snitched or whatever, somebody who's two-timing them and film the footage to send off to somebody else. And I've watched every horror film that has like the blood, the guts, the squirting, the latex and viscera and everything that, you know, they pile on characters to show how bad it gets. And the ones where they try to make it look really realistic. Like, I feel like the Saw movies are a little bit over the top goofy. But like the Hostel movies, I think they really tried to make those look like the violence looked very realistic and not like cut away from things, but they wanted to show, you know, the deep nitty gritty of it, of how it would look to get those sort of bad things, get hurt in those ways. It's so just so boring to me. Alien Earth has been so good. You're not the first person to say that. I've had a few people mention that I would really like it. Wait, is it horror? I didn't know that. Nobody has told me you would like it and it's horror. Maybe they'll just assume that I knew, but I didn't know.
Ain't you finally done? Excellent work, kid. Here's $30.
Oh yeah, you get more money for this one than the other ones. Probably because it is extra time spent.
Hey, Damien, how'd you do? Well, you were working. I decided to play some basketball at the park. Man, that was fun. I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Yeah, that's the weird part. He goes and has fun, and you are off doing... Wait a second. How much store is here? There's a... Hey, hang on. Hang on. This place is huge. Did I never walk back here and... We'll wait for the people to come back from break, but oh my god, this isn't just these shelves and then you leave. I think I saw this and I just walked out. It didn't even dawn on me to try to walk the rest of the store. I super thought this was the store. There's a ton of store. We'll wait. We'll pause for everybody else to get back here. I was worried about too much CGI, not seeing the monster until the last episode, and a lack of interesting plots. I'd be okay with monster reveals coming late, because I also feel like sometimes monster reveals that come early, you know what you're afraid of, and I think knowing what you're afraid of, sometimes you lose a lot in that. Whereas if you don't know, or if they keep it sneaky or shadowy or partial reveals, that can be better because the imagination starts to run a little wild, and yours, I think, audience is better at scaring themselves than filmmakers are at scaring the audience a lot of times when it comes to creature features. None of that's been a problem? Okay. Even seeing it early, there have been so much more revelations. Seeing it early? I don't know. That sounds like the opposite of what is good. Explain to me why having revelations early is good. I like slow burns. Although, well, I'll say this. There's like, I think I want to blame J.J. Abrams for this, but I'm sure there are other people that do this too. For a while, there was a type of TV show where they wouldn't tell you shit about the story for like many episodes. And this is kind of like the Lost kind of slow burn, where you can watch an entire episode, or it's also kind of like the Dragon Ball Z problem too. And then an entire episode, only like 2 plot points happen, maybe even just half of a plot point in some really bad cases, and you step away from an episode feeling largely unfulfilled. Or you can binge 5 episodes, and in 5 episodes almost nothing has been revealed, whereas other shows are so dense with material you would want to watch those 5 episodes 2 or 3 more times because you feel like you just didn't catch all the nuances. Did you ever see the show Dark? It's a German production, sci-fi sort of story, but it's like very like low like bright lights and tech everywhere kind of sci-fi. It was sort of a very down to earth sci-fi, low in the showing of tech all the time, and a lot of like interpersonal. And that one, the episodes were so packed with stuff. You watch 5, if you binged 5 episodes, you saw tons. It's so many things, like huge revelations changed in the world building and all that. That can be good in its own way. But I do like, especially with horror, slow, suspenseful reveals. I mean, you think seeing the alien is revelation, then you get another one, then another. Oh, okay, so I understand what you mean by revelation. It's not like the story is going forward without any suspense. What you mean is like they showed you sort of a mythological, like, this is the story, and then there's an onion layer of, well, actually it's this, and then other ones. I like stories that do that. I like those expanding sort of, like, just when you thought that was the conflict, or just when you thought that was the major antagonist or whatever, then you realize, oh wait, hang on, you're actually in this greater story. I had an idea for a game that did that, but I always thought that if it got out what the expanded parts of the story were, and we just live in a world where you can just look that stuff up so trivially, or just watch somebody stream it and be like, oh shit, well now I know, you know, it's been spoiled. Too easy to spoil secrets like that, so it's hard to make a game and make it popular and keep a secret like that under wraps. Everybody would learn, like, oh yeah, that's that game that, like, it's actually this underneath it all, right? And then everybody would just be spoiled from it. Okay, everybody's back from break. There's so much store that I never realized was here. Floor and wall tiles, wallpaper displays, colored paper. I mean, I guess buckets of paint, cement, nails, nuts and bolts. Smile, you're on camera. Strange man. Which floor lamp should I get? The pink one? The blue one? The plain one? The fancy one? Why does this even matter? It all looks like trash to me anyway. Wow, rude. Ugh. I hate decisions. I think I'm gonna throw up. Oh, well, that's your prerogative. Wait, I can't see the sign behind you. Why is there a sign back there if I can't see it? You can't go off to the sides here. Okay, those are technically walls. Lamps matter a lot though, right? Like your light fixture sets such a mood. I would start, with figuring out how the light in the room is going to be set up, because you don't want to set your furniture and then realize, oh, well, we have this lamp, this overhead light, and this lamp, and now there's like dark patches where you can't put anything because the furniture's kind of in the way. You really want to get your room like figured out where the light's supposed to be and where the high task or high traffic areas are supposed to be, and get them well lit. Yeah. The alien's been really minor compared to every other revelation. Oh, cool. It's not perfect. There are criticisms for sure, but I was impressed. I like watching stuff that I can criticize though too. I mean, obviously I do the same thing with games when we're playing those, right? There's something to be said about being able to pause what you're doing and take note of what you're experiencing, whether that's positive or negative, I think. The franchise has had more crap than good overall. I was not confident the show would be any good. Oh, there's a franchise to this? Interesting. Gruff guy. Okay, just gonna grumble. All kinds of tools. What is this? Assorted hardware stuff. Assorted hardware stuff. Oh, what's happening? Uh-oh.
Hey, Damien, let's go somewhere else.
Wait, why? Oh, why is this weird? Why is he weird about this? Kel's dad. We get to meet Kel's dad. Kel, son, is that you? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be doing errands for your mom?
Oh, hi, Dad. I didn't see you there. Come on, Damien. Don't we have that really important thing we gotta go do? Yeah, we should go. Don't want to be late.
Oh, all right then. See you later, champ. Okay. Bye. Can we still go this way? Because I wasn't done exploring this place, to be perfectly honest. Grandfather clock. Do they sell grandfather clocks in hardware stores? Fertilizer. P.O. Oops. Flowers. An elaborate flower arrangement comes off as a bit pompous. I feel like they just use the same, no matter where something is, it has the same descriptions as other places. Oh my. Wouldn't this be where Basil, like, lives? Spends tons of time here. Gardening tools. Wheelbarrow thingy. Who's here? It's a Magna. Well, hello, sir. My husband is not interested at all. He saw part of the first episode with me and my daughters. He admits it's pretty good. Okay. So coming from zero interest, now getting hooked. This is the Alien Xenomorph Ridley Scott James Cameron franchise. Oh, I had no idea. I haven't been in that vein in such a long time. This is the worst. I'm trying to write some smut, but I keep putting out scenes of beauty and poignancy. I've been there with songwriting lately. I feel like I sit down to get lyrics or get a tune out, and it's just it's the same. Like I'm trying to write smut. No, I'm trying to write. It's a whole thing. We should talk in DMs because I don't want to give too much away before the final release. But yeah, I've been stymied. Hoi hoi. We do love a de Magna. Magna gets his own special command in this chat just because he's Magna. Okay, so for some reason, being in here, the music is subdued but not gone. A potted plant. It is, as it turns out. Okay, so that looks like, oh, you know what? That looks like a little Aubrey and a little Basil, which means I bet they're an illusion. Damn, they are. Interesting. Interesting. Save! Oh, you don't get... That's not your command. Did you forget what your command was already? Yeah, I don't do Pokemon commands. Sorry. You don't shout your own name. Actually, that's not true. Kit has a shout her own name command. I lied. You found a seashell. Oh, that's what they look like. For some reason, I thought this was not a seashell when I was looking at it. That is a big shell compared to... It's bigger than my head. We're going to shove it into my hammer space.
Money, Lebowski! It's down there somewhere. Let me take another look.
That's the one. All right, I'll have to save the game now, too. Since Magna said I had to. Okay. All right, where's my... Isn't there a picnic bench out here? I could have sworn you could save right in front of the store somewhere. Do I have to go all the way back to the park to honor your request to save the game? I had to search down in tertiary memory to bring that one up. What's your tertiary memory? I mean, I have a backup brain besides this brain. I don't talk about it much, but if any of you have used Notion before, I've considered doing live streams on... There it is. I've done live streams where I've talked about some organizing of life, but never, I don't think I've ever like talked about setting up your own Notion as a thing, but maybe I should. Maybe I should. A few times watching it, me and the girls said they're not going to do it. Then, oh shit, they did it. 2 more episodes for the season, hoping for second season. Okay, cool. I don't have a lot of time to watch TV, unfortunately. Basically, when the girls can earn it, we watch some with them, and they've been mostly addicted to Marvel. Although I'll say that where we are in the Marvel universe, we're losing them, which is crazy because, you know, superheroes and, you know, big epic stories and all sorts of crazy drama and powers and ensemble casts, and that's pretty cool. And they've loved it really up until now, and now they're like, we would really rather watch almost anything else, which is interesting. And that is we are at the Falcon and Winter Soldier show, and according to the guides, we're supposed to watch this in order to move on. So it's not like we could just skip it and still have all the context we need, apparently. And we watched 2 episodes, and they really don't want to watch. I think there's only 4 more episodes in the guide that says, or as far as what we have to watch to get the context we need. And they're like, nah, no more Marvel. Never again. No Marvel ever. And we're not going to, like, you know, force feed it on them if they don't want to watch it. So we just haven't been watching Marvel stuff. Not at all good for the tiny and little. Don't scar them with Xenos. Oh, that show. Yeah, no, we probably wouldn't. It'd be something separate. Just for Oz and me. But time that we have together that we're not trying to task and just put the house together for the next day and get the kids ready for school is pretty limited. Let's go to the bakery. Maybe not forever, but for now. It's been hard to get free time, if you know what I mean. My mom placed an order there. Okay, which one's the bakery? I think Marvel has way too many Disney Plus things that's like requirements to appreciate the movies, but the movies are still good overall. Every movie that we watched was received pretty well. I think the girls liked every movie, and I didn't expect. There were a couple where I was like, I don't know that you guys are gonna really like this or like understand it well, and then they ended up really liking it. I thought that Captain America would actually land kind of like poorly on them, or that after the first Iron Man that they weren't going to be that interested in the other Iron Man movies, because he's kind of rude sometimes, and I think they don't get playful rude and rude. But they ate up every movie pretty darn well, and they had fun with WandaVision. That was the first TV show out of the things you could watch that are shows. They were pretty good with that one. But yeah, I feel like especially the way Bucky and Sam have their sort of like weird, silly, like deadpan silliness with each other as a mechanic. The little gets it because she's 6. The tiny doesn't get it and she's bored. Like, that's not that interesting to her, the way they relate. I skipped so many shows and movies between The Last Avengers and Thunderbolts. Okay. I don't know anything about Thunderbolts yet. Okay, this is the way to the pharmacy. This is the way to the candy store. Where's the bakery? Who were they? It's the one with the really weird owner.
Hi, it's me, the happy interior Miss Candace. What would you like today? Smiley, smiley.
Good. I think I'm okay.
Please come again, or else. Smiley, smiley. Okay, yeah, you're creepy.
Hi. Mincy is diligently sketching away. Okay. This is a really weird place to stand and sketch, but do you. You live your best life. Oh, right. There are these places up here. Right. Meat. Sush. Sush. Bakery. Who are these people? Where are all these kids here? What's going on?
Fresh bread. Fresh bread. Would you like some fresh bread?
Why are you so weird?
Fresh bread. Fresh bread. Would you like some fresh bread?
I didn't talk to you again. Why are you talking to me again?
We've been running this bakery for 4 generations, ever since my mom sailed here from across the sea. I hope one day my children will be able to carry on the tradition of managing this bakery. It would mean the world to me and my husband.
Sure. Your kids seem to like it. Welcome to our family bakery. What would you like?
Hiya, I'm here to pick up an order.
Oh, yes. Your mother said you'd be coming. Though I expected you to be here a bit earlier. Well, then Damien had to go and do a job while it's the second to last day to hang out. He wants to earn money while I go play basketball. That's silly, Damien. It's a weird part of the story. What's up, Rose? I'm not sticking around due to being late. Yeah, it's pretty late. I'm probably going to bounce here pretty soon. Wanted to say, I randomly found you scrolling through YouTube and you seem like a cool dude. Well, thank you. I appreciate your face. Omori is so awesome. I'm going to sleep now. Have fun. Thanks for popping in. I am really enjoying this game. What? Well, thank you so much for sub. Welcome to my family of fledglings. Everything that I've done on Omori, by the way, if you want to check out my channel when you're not going to sleep, I've got the playlists tab has a playlist called Mother/Earthbound franchise. This is tucked in there because it's kind of a mother sort of game. He's a really cool dude. You're just paid to say that. I super appreciate all of my fans that I pay to say compliments about me. You get your paycheck on Friday. We're very pro Damien here. Oh, thank you. I'm awkward at receiving compliments. I'll go grab your order. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Did you know this bakery belongs to Mikhail's family? I guess you can't really tell because he wears that horrible yellow wig all the time. Seems like he's making a pretty big effort to stand out and be different.
Yeah, I guess what? He doesn't want the hair? I guess everybody wants hair that's different than theirs. That's quality of life. Very few people love their existing hair. Oz is our fan club president. Oz also gives me compliments that I find hard to take sometimes. He'll just randomly say stuff and be like, who are you talking to? Not me. I'll check it out. Not paid, by the way. Also support the Damien Head. Thank you, guys. All the love. I can't take it. My heart will have to grow 3 sizes to receive all these compliments. Here's your order, sir. We hope to see you soon. Please enjoy your baked goods. You got Kel's bakery order. Excellent.
Cool, thanks. All right, we're good to go now, Damien. I'm ready when you are.
All right. We're gonna go do the thing. No, we're not gonna do the thing. Or are we? We still have a little bit of time. Play it by ear. So many types of tamales on the market now. I don't need any of that fancy stuff. Canned tamales are good enough for me. Oh, that's gross. That's so gross. As somebody who is the majority of my mom's side of the family is at least part Hispanic, the idea of sticking a tamale in a can it hurts my heart. It hurts my soul, and I cannot. Ugh. Seeing Damien go awkward about compliments just made me want to do it more. How dare. Don't want to lose the sincerity though, so I will refrain. You're gonna make it so my head can't fit out the door, and I'll start accepting them like a jerk. And be like, hell, that's right, I am. the best and smartest and biggest streamer and best voice and top of all of every platform that I'm in. I think I tried them before. No, it's not a thing. You're kidding. You've got to be kidding me. There's no such thing as a canned tamale. Tamal. There's no way. You can't can that. That's disgusting. Those can't exist. If you link me, I'm gonna cry. In my opinion, food is only a vehicle for sauce. There's so many foods that are that way. I, for the longest time, felt that way about anything with potato. I feel like potato is absolutely a vehicle for other foods that you can't just eat by themselves or you look like you're a crazy person. Even like French fries and stuff like that. It's often less about the fry, more about like the oil, the salt, the ketchup, the whatever else you dip them in, ranch, whatever you like to dip your fries into or season them with. Chicken, I feel, is this way. Somebody, the last time I mentioned this, though, said that they really do like chicken with no seasoning. And that was baffling to me. Like, at minimum, everybody I know seasons the crap out of their chicken and eats it that way. Or fries it, batters and fries it. Or sauces it up, like wings and barbecues and stuff like that. Like, chicken is one of those things that's just like, it's not appealing to just have a chunk of it by itself. It's not a meat that people like. If you think about it, if you think about the number of ways people dress up pig or dress up cow, a lot of people just like the meat because it's the way it tastes. But people don't just kind of crave just undressed chicken. It's different. It's a whole different category of meat, and I don't think people even think about it. You know what I mean? Hormel? No. Hormel, why would you do this? The Hormel horrors. Oh my gosh. Don't, Hormel, don't do this. Oh no. Where is this? How do I show this? How do I make this happen? Browser. I need to have it so I can do that a lot faster. Oh my gosh, look at these. This hurts everything inside of me. You see how they like dressed up the plate too behind this? Like they put this weird, what is it, like twine of some sort? Maybe edible? I don't know what it is that's wrapping them. You got this pico, you got this sauce, you got the limes here on the side. I don't know what's behind here on the other side of the picture. But when you look at the can, because they feel very confident about, oh, wait, when you zoom in, they don't let you. Can we open the can? Oh, no. Look at how they set this up. They actually put the can as its own separate picture that you can just move around. This is what they really look like when you're not dressing them up. They're just tubes of masa shoved with some sort of ground mystery meat. And they're wet. They look so wet. Beef in chili sauce. No artificial ingredients. Well, that's good. How do they keep structure in a can wet? Ugh. You could just deep throat these things. It's so gross. I'm off food now. I won't eat food for a week. Ugh. Yeah, you've hurt my sensibilities. Congratulations. Oh, got the heebly-jeeblies. Speaking of ancestry, Hubs playfully picks on someone we know about being French. It's their weird friendship dynamic. I mean, if they can dish it back, or if they have fun with it, I don't see anything wrong with that. Going through the ancestry, found he has French ancestry too. I laughed gleefully as I told him. Nice. That's poetic justice. The tamales you want are from the ladies who walk in and offer them on Walmart bags. I get them at the mercado. I mean, the tamales that I want are made from my family. So, yeah. I just want to go get some homemade stuff. Although, weird thing is, like, we had like a very matriarchal grandma through. So, just to explain, like the skin, and like I often say, like I'm Finnish, which I was born here, but my lineage being Finnish, my mom's dad remarried a lady who's from Mexico, had kids who are mixed heritage that are half, because it's like my biological grandfather, but then a different biological grandmother than mine on my mom's side. And so it's kind of it's someday we'll do a whole family tree. It's interesting. It's kind of confusing, but yeah. So that side of the family, and most of them are in California, where I left to actually afford a house here in Georgia. And that grandmother is very matriarchal, head of the family, head of the household, not controlled. What's the word I'm looking for? Like managed a lot of kids, and was kind of impish and scampish and fun, and just did not like to cook. And she meets all the stereotypes of what you'd look at her, you'd listen to her talk, you'd see her relationship with her kids, and be like, that's a grandma that you get her in the kitchen and she's going to put together the best tamales, and everything else, like anything she makes is going to be delicious because it's going to be made by her and it's going to be made with love. She just doesn't want to cook. She's like, I'm not for kitchens. It's not for me. Which is fine. You know, we don't all love everything, and we shouldn't be judged based on how we look or ping with everybody else. Not all of us have the Hispanic hookup. I know. So, you know, we'll have to take a tour. Well, next time we have like a big family get together in California, and you guys find yourself on the West Coast, just, you know, accidentally at that same time, then you can come hang out with my family. We always have extra food, so, you know, be happy to feed you the good stuff.
If you're feeling stressed, may I suggest some tea? Earl Grey and chamomile are good, but boba is my favorite.
That is technically, Mr. whoever you are, not a tea. Boba is a tapioca ball, if I may. And boba is just the Taiwanese word for it, the Taiwanese Mandarin. The mainland China term for it is Junju, I think, if I remember right. Yeah. Although boba put in tea is a Taiwan thing, so they should get to name it. In fact, there's a ramen place near us that serves a really good Earl Grey tea, Earl Grey milk tea with boba, so you could have both. I probably wouldn't do chamomile with boba.
Baked goods, check. Sandwiches, check. Well, that's everything, and just in time, too. It looks like the sun is about to set.
Wait, today was way too short. I didn't do all the jobs. There's still so much money to be had and so much kel to put away while I'm earning cash around the city.
Let's go back to my house. Hero should be coming home anytime now.
Okay, you will let me save, right? All right. Sometimes games like this, like when that happens, you get all the collectibles, they like teleport you into the cutscene. I'm glad that didn't happen. Not that this is like important gameplay that we're doing right this moment where we're walking back through the areas of the town, but you know, at the same time, it's kind of nice. Oh, look there's more rock, paper, scissors people. It's late. It's late. I will do that next time. I will go save right now. I don't want to keep putting off sleep these days. Save. There we go. Cool. Perf. All right. For those of you whose stream I'm ending right now, and you know who you are if you're going to stay, but for everybody whose stream I'm ending right this moment, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be doing more My Friendly Neighborhood. We are in much harder content, and I don't know where I'm going exactly, so come and watch me flounder and get scared. Well, not scared. It's not that scary of a game. Come watch me be nervous about like where the heck I'm supposed to go and maybe backtrack too many times and die several times over. It's been a fun game. I thought My Friendly Neighborhood was going to be just schmaltzy. You know, you get a weapon, you shoot puppets. That's fun, right? That's just like mildly fun. But it's actually a much better developed game. It has good nuance. It has good map design. It has good character design. I really am having fun with the game, and I think you will too. So join me tomorrow for that. Catch you on the flip side. Also, follow me if you're not following me yet. So then, you know, next live I do, you can also see me then. Okay, bye. No, you save. I just saved. I did. Wait, I did, right? Oh, I was covering this the whole time. Oh, I hate this. I hate when I do this. All this time I was covering up the image of my gameplay with just blueberries. At least you got to hear me like denote or speak out what was happening during that. Okay. There's still some streams to end. First, I always have to end TikTok because they won't let me say the other stream names or it's frowned upon. So, you know, I try not to do that. Don't know what's up with that, but yeah, you're not supposed to mention other stream names. But I do stream on 6.5 platforms every time I stream. That's just how I do these days because I'm a hoarder and I gotta catch them all. So if you like, you can watch me on any one of the following platforms: Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Trovo, TikTok, Instagram. That's 6, right? And YouTube a second time if you want to. That's the 6.5, because I also do vertical streaming on YouTube, because why not? Why not? All right. For everybody else who's stream ending right now, which is everyone but Twitch, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.